to order for June 4th,
Pound the gavel.
2015.
You don't have. Pound that gavel.
Yeah. Harder.
Hey, folks.
I got it. Okay, thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Keener.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill is excused. Councilmember Neihardt.
Present. I'm sorry I was distracted by the audience.
Mayor Pro Tem Degree.
Present.
Mayor Irvin.
Present. Please rise and join Councilmember Neihardt for the salute to the flag.
Please join me in pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this brings us to the, we have no closed session reports because we did not have a closed session. So this brings us to the consent calendar. Persons wishing to address the council on any consent calendar item may do so at this time. Each speaker will be allotted 3 minutes. Those wishing to address the council on any item listed on the agenda should submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Items on the consent calendar will be adopted by one motion unless a council member or person in the audience requests before the vote or the motion to have an item discussed under the consideration portion of the agenda. Time limit on comments is 3 minutes or less. So since I have no comments from the public, I'll bring it back to council. Any comments? Or do I have a motion?
I have a comment.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Degree?
And if we could adjourn in honor of our Vice President Biden's son's death, and Mrs. Drake of the Tribune passed away in the last couple of weeks, I believe.
Sure. Thank you. Councilmember Neihardt?
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, please vote. And that passes 4-0. So tonight, we're going to have a special presentation from Mark Church, our San Mateo County Assessor and County Clerk and Recorder and Chief Elections Officer, and he's providing an informational presentation regarding AB 2028, an all-mail ballot pilot program in San Mateo County. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to give you a brief presentation on the AB 2028 all-mail ballot pilot program for San Mateo County. Joining me this evening is Melinda Dubroff, a member of my staff from the Registration and Elections Division, and we're delighted to be here this evening to talk about this important project. It's a program that we're very excited about. So, the clicker. You had a clicker. Okay, here we go.
She doesn't trust
What is AB 2028? Initially, the legislature enacted an all-mail ballot pilot program for Yolo County, and AB 2028 is simply an expansion of that pilot to include San Mateo County. And it became effective on January 1st of this year. And the purpose of including San Mateo County in the pilot is to allow for the collection of data from an urban county to complement the data from a rural county. And the idea behind this is that it will provide the legislature with a more complete picture of the effects of all mail ballot elections. AB 2028 authorizes San Mateo County to conduct up to 3 elections entirely by mail until January 1 of 2018. It only applies to consolidated municipal, school, and special district elections and local special elections. It does not apply to presidential elections. So we are targeting during that 3-year period, just go back one, we are targeting during that 3-year period all mail elections for our November 2015 and November 2017 local consolidated elections. And there'll be one other local special election which has not yet been determined. Since Pacifica is what we call an even year jurisdiction, The pilot program would only apply to you if you had a special election, since you would typically not have elections in the odd years in November of 2015 or 2017. So how does AB 2028 work? Every voter will get a ballot in the mail, even if the voter is not signed up to vote by mail. In this program, all return envelopes for the ballots will be postage prepaid, unlike our current vote-by-mail program. And although we call this an all-mail ballot election, there will be a limited number of polling places throughout the county. The law calls for at least one polling place in each city of the county, so voters can still vote in person at the polls if they want. And like Yolo County, San Mateo County will report back to the state legislature and Secretary of State on such factors as voter turnout, election costs, and demographic information, and provide a comparison with prior elections conducted in the traditional format. So AB 2028 possible benefits, the potential benefits are significant. We have found that elections conducted strictly by mail can lead to an increase in voter participation and cost savings. Voter turnout can be as much as 10% higher in an all-mail ballot election compared to a traditional election. The cost is also substantially less, about 1/3 to 1/2 the cost of a traditional election. And for the city of Pacifica, the cost savings could be significant. The cost of the 2013 local consolidated election was about $59,000. Based on that amount, the city could save somewhere between $20,000 to $30,000 with an all-mail ballot election in November. All-mail ballot elections also reduce the risk of human error that comes with employing a large number of poll workers. And another advantage of all-mail ballot elections is faster results on election night. There are no precinct ballots, so a much greater portion of the ballots will be tallied soon after the closing of the polls at 8 p.m. This next chart shows a breakdown of registered voters by age group in the county. The dark green represents the number of voters who have signed up to vote by mail permanently. The light green represents one-time vote-by-mail voters and polling place voters.
50-50 across each group.
And this chart shows a breakdown of permanent vote-by-mail voters by party preference in the city of Pacifica. And as you can see, there is no difference between the two major parties, both major parties at 57%. This chart shows a breakdown of permanent vote-by-mail voters by city. Over the years, voting by mail has grown in popularity simply because it is convenient. About 57% of voters countywide and 55% of voters in the city of Pacifica already prefer to vote by mail, and they have signed up to vote by mail permanently. And this chart shows a breakdown by city of how voters cast ballots in the November 2013 local consolidated election. This breakdown shows the percentage of voters who cast their votes by mail. That includes both permanent and one-time vote by mail voters, and those who cast their votes at the polls. And as you can see, in the city of Pacifica, 71% of the registered voters cast their ballots by mail, and only 29% cast their ballots at the polls in the November 2013 local consolidated election. So already the vast majority of people in Pacifica are familiar with this method of voting. And with that, Madam Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Melinda, who will finish the rest of the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. There will be drop-off locations for people to bring their voted ballots, and there's a picture there on the slide of the famous black ballot box that is located at City Hall. They will be at every City Hall or Town Hall throughout the county, starting 28 days prior to the election. You can drop off your ballot at any city hall, not just the one that closest to you. The difference for AB 2028 is that on Election Day, the city hall ballot drop-off box needs to be available until 8 p.m. In previous elections, it's local business hours or city hall business hours only, but the law extends it. We will have our traditional voting centers, one at 40 Tower Road and one at downtown Redwood City, 555 County Center. They're open the full 29-day voting period, and we will be open the Saturday prior to Election Day. The voting centers, you can come in and pick up a paper ballot if you didn't receive yours in the mail, or you can vote on a voting machine. Election Day voting, there will be one polling place in each city or town, so someone can come in and if they didn't receive a ballot, they get a replacement ballot. They prefer to vote in person to get that I voted sticker. I mean, that's very important. People do prefer to vote in person. Some people do prefer to vote in person, so that's a part of this. The beauty of this polling place on Election Day is you can go anywhere in the county. So you don't have your neighborhood polling place, down the street at the church, but you could vote at a polling place in the town where you work rather than where you live. So that's terrific. The next steps we need to do in the elections division is we're really focused on our outreach plan, getting education out there for voters who don't normally vote by mail. There was a study by a professor who came to the conclusion that you need 4 outreach contacts with a voter to get it over the hump and get them to cast their ballot. So we have targeted mailings for people. We will make those 4 contacts, but we have a media campaign as well, multiple platforms, radio, digital, print, social. And then again, we are bringing in an independent consultant to report on the election and all of these activities that we're doing. If you're going to call an election, there is specific language required in a resolution to approve the conduct of an all-mailed ballot election. The timelines for such are on the slide. 114 days prior to the election is the deadline to call for a candidate election, and then the last date for an all-mail ballot election is 88 days prior to the election. But that doesn't necessarily apply to you guys because you're an even-numbered year. So you can, the next steps for jurisdictions with a ballot measure or contest is to pass a resolution. So what will Election Day look like? There'll be polling place locations throughout the county, 1 or more in each city, drop-off locations, the voting centers, and the final point there, postmark +3. This isn't specific to AB 2028, but it's a great thing that we have starting this year. Used to be the deadline to get your ballot in was 8 p.m. on Election Day. We had to have it in our hands. Well, now we will accept a ballot that's been postmarked Election Day if we receive it 3 days after the election. So you get it postmarked on Election Day. If we receive it by Friday, we can count it. And this is huge because most of the ballots that get rejected is because they're too late. And most of them we get like the day after or, the Wednesday, Thursday after the election. So this is really going to empower a lot of people. And so that's what Election Day will look like. Mr. Church?
So I just want to conclude by saying that the success of the all-mail ballot pilot program will depend on the participation of every city, special district, and school district in the county, and everyone will need to pass a resolution, as Melinda indicated, those jurisdictions that do have scheduled elections, the state legislature will make its decision as to whether or not to embrace all-mail ballot elections, as some other states have, based in part on what happens here in San Mateo County. And so this really is an opportunity for us to help shape the future course of elections in the state of California, and I hope that all jurisdictions will take advantage of that opportunity. And with that, Madam Mayor, we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much for that presentation. Does anybody on council have questions at this time? No?
Go ahead. I was just going to ask if we could put this on our city website so that you just get more information out there. Is that possible?
Yes,
electronically?
yes, we can do that.
Very good presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right.
And we do have, I believe, hard copies of the PowerPoint available in the back for anyone who wants them.
So I did want a little point of clarification. So in terms of if the city decides they want to, have an election for a bond measure or something, is it imperative that they have it during the November time period, or can they have it during other times of the year?
Well, if it's going to be part of the pilot project,
Right.
it can be any time. It doesn't have to be part in November. The elections we're targeting are the local consolidated elections in November of 2015 and 2017.
Okay,
And there'll be one other local special election that has not yet been determined. So we haven't selected that local special election yet, but I'm sure we generally get a few every year. So
Okay.
if you decide to do one and you're interested, then we would certainly consider that and work with you on that.
great. Thank you very much for that very important information for our community. We appreciate you coming out and informing us of this. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Appreciate your time. Bye-bye.
Okay. Let's see, so next we would like to present a proclamation to the American Legion volunteers who devote a great deal of their time for our veterans, and we are grateful for all that they do. So, the City of Pacifica County and County of San Mateo honors and commends Pacifica's VFW Post 10245 and American Legion Post 238 for their continued support and assistance to the Pacifica Resource Center. Whereas the Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 10245 and Pacifica American Legion Post 238 are integral and valuable members of the Pacifica community in many varied ways. And whereas the highly respected and appreciated efforts of the Pacifica VFW Post 10245 and American Legion Post 238 include the ongoing essential volunteer support and sponsorship of the Pacifica Resource Center. And whereas the efforts of the VFW Post 10245 and American Legion Post 238 include such activities as providing volunteers and the location for the monthly Family Harvest food distribution, which offers more than 100 pounds of food to Pacifica families with children under 18 who would otherwise not have enough food to feed their families. And whereas the Pacifica VFW Post 10245 and American Legion Post 238 sponsor many important and worthwhile activities that add to the betterment of the Pacifica community, that they have also established themselves as caring partners and supporters of the work done by the Pacifica Resource Center. And the Pacifica Resource Center staff, advisory board, and clients wish to bring added attention, express gratitude to the members of the Pacifica VFW Post 10245 and American Legion Post 238 for their service to the country, the community of Pacifica, and to the Pacifica Resource Center. Now therefore let it be proclaimed that the City of Pacifica honors and commends the members, Pacifica VFW Post 10245 and American Legion Post 238, and their members for their ongoing support and advancement of the Pacifica Resource Center through a variety of services and sponsorships that enhances the ability of the Pacifica Resource Center to help make Pacifica a more healthy and compassionate community by serving those who are perhaps less fortunate and are struggling to maintain a good quality of life. Thank you very much. And Do I have anybody in the audience that's going to come?
Oh, you have a few.
Great. And I,
I think they should all stand up.
Yeah, really.
yeah, please, if you could all, yeah. I know members of our council would like to say a few words, and I know we also have Chris Hunter in the audience who would like to say a few words as well. So,
Madam Mayor, city council members, we the members of the Legion and the VFW thank you for the opportunity and for the Resource Center allowing us to pursue our goals. The goal is still serving America. These guys are behind me and many more. We act as just servants to the community, to our nation, and we thank God that we are able to do this. Our guys are grateful, anxious, and be able to help any way we can. We thank the Resource Center for allowing us to help them. We've enjoyed doing it. Sometimes it's a lot of work, but we have a lot of fun doing it. Thank you.
thank you very much. Wait. Can you just hold on? Just a second. I think the council members, and I know Chris Hunter would also like to say a few words. Why don't you come up and speak right now, Chris?
I want to, good evening, City Council, honorable members of the City Council, and City Manager and staff. I want to thank the VFW and the American Legion for their long-standing support and sponsorship of the Pacifica Resource Center. These men and women have already served their country, and now they continue to serve their community in a multitude of ways. So on behalf of the advisory board of the PRC, I want to personally thank each and every one of these remarkable people. Just last week, the PRC held its annual volunteer recognition luncheon at the American Legion Post 238. Having our event there, which is also the place we hold our family harvest distribution every month, just illuminates even more brightly the connection between the VFW, the American Legion, and the Pacifica Resource Center. We are all grateful that the City of Pacifica is willing to join the Pacifica Resource Center in honoring with this official proclamation resolution during to explore the volunteer energy of the VFW and the American Legion. I also wanted to just take a moment to thank the City Council for its continued support of the Pacifica Resource Center through its annual contribution to our continued operation. As you all know, the volcanic success of many people and companies between San Francisco and San Jose has not really translated into universal success for everyone. Many people have been shut out of the growing economy and are finding added stresses rather than bursting checkbooks. The work done by a very small staff and dedicated volunteers at the Pacifica Resource Center is a daily miracle to assist those who are less fortunate. But they are all Pacificans who share a love for this scenic area. I urge you to continue thinking of the Pacifica Resource Center as an essential part of your budget and not a casual donation. And again, we can't say enough thank you to the VFW and the American Legion for all they do for us and for the community of Pacifica. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those comments. Please come up. We have, the council members want to just give you a few more accolades, I'm sure.
Alan, you've never
Yeah, you
been
deserve them. Mayor Pro Tem Degree.
All right, as you were reading the proclamation, it kept going through my head, freedom isn't free, and, we'll stand for you folks, and also for the women behind you all. You do so much, too, for veterans, and I'd like the public to realize that they're there for our younger veterans and to help them outreach. I don't know if you realize that in the county Tuesday, I believe it was, that there's now a veterans card. Have you heard about that? That they can now use, which I think is, Supervisor Slocum had one of the first, but I think that's really great for all of you to have, so you can use it and to get our young vets. But I think the fact that you're there for our families, all our families, not just veterans, but also for our veterans who are in our recent wars, I think the public is very happy for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Neihardt?
Well, I have a great fondness for all of you, and I enjoy immensely all of the work and efforts and things that you do. But, You know, I obviously, because I work for the federal government and work for the VA, I think we share something. And that is sometimes our youngest, who could use us the most, and use your wisdom and your experience and your mentoring, coming home and coming back, sometimes they don't come to us. And so I certainly would invite outreach and engagement and all of those things. And I was going to mention the card as well, because we're going to be participating in that by making sure people get signed up and those sorts of things at the San Bruno Clinic. So I really want to say, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for your service, and thank you for your continued service. And thank you to the Pacifica Resource Center for absolutely everything you do. I think your idea about this and what you put forward is absolutely wonderful. So it's a match made in heaven, and thank you.
Councilmember Keener.
Yeah, well, first of all, I appreciate the remarks about the funding for the Resource Center, and to the veterans. Thank you for everything you do, and I'll see you later this month.
And I'd just like to add on top of that, just, filled with gratitude for everything that you've done. You've been through a great deal in your lives, and you pass on your knowledge and your wisdom and your aid to other people, and it's truly, truly appreciated in our community. You make our community what it is, and for that we are very grateful, as well as to the PRC, which does so much for our community members like no other. So as everybody else has spoken up here, it's really a match made in heaven, and grateful to have you. And if you wouldn't mind obliging us, we would love to get a photo with you now, if you wouldn't mind. Bring that down to you.
I would like to say thanks, John, for coming up and helping us every month picking up those food. He's done a great job there. He's earned our respect there.
Oh, God, this chair. Oh, goodness. I broke down and I went to see the orthopedic surgeon. Are we close enough together? I'm getting closer. I got your all. They have better cameras than I do. Thank you.
Check out Mary Ann's little...
That's the public hearing, right? Yeah. Okay, next, we're going to start our public hearing as soon as we get everybody situated.
Sorry.
No worries.
I'm a little slower right now.
No worries. So just a little comment. During public hearings, an applicant or their agent and appellate have 10 minutes for their opening presentation and 3 minutes for rebuttal before the public hearing is closed. Members of the public are limited to 3 minutes. Today's public hearing is to consider a proposed 2015-2016 fees and charges. And the proposed action is move to approve the proposed 2015-16 fees and charges. Staff report, please. When you're ready. Am I taking too much?
Okay. Thank you. What if I said no?
Oh, that's helpful. Okay.
Can I have one now? There we go.
This paper version here.
They just printed it out for us in color.
Oh, well, I
fees.
have it printed out.
Honorable Mayor Irvin, Mayor Pro Tem DeGree, and honorable members of the City Council. My name is Lorenzo Hines, the Assistant City Manager, and I'm here to present the changes in the fees and charges for 2015. Subsequent to the release of the fees and charges, there was a revision on page 22 of 34 of the fees. And so I have made that revision available to the council, and we've also put copies in the back as well for the public. In addition, I've given council a color-coded or a color copy of the fee schedule because in my lack of experience, I failed to remember that the agenda was printed in black and white. Meanwhile, I'm making references to blue and red fonts. So I wanted to make sure you had a color copy of the document. So essentially, the increases are driven by a few items. And first of all, we increased the hourly rate for planning and engineering activities from 180 hours to 189 hours. From $180 an hour to $189 an hour. We looked at the increase in salaries primarily for the planning department, and we noticed that the increase was close to 8%. We thought that that was a bit much, and I capped the increase at 5%. I thought that was reasonable. There have been various fire department planning and engineering fees have increased, and they are all those increases are related to the construction cost index. And so the index measured year over was at about 2.5%. Our recreation fees, some of those fees have been modified to reflect additional services and modifications of programming as well. We have various consumer-oriented fees, and they've also increased by the Consumer Price Index, which was also 2.5%, and if deemed appropriate by the department director. And so we also have new fees and charges, and they've been added, and I put the new fees in red. And any increases to current fees, you will see looking at the difference between the adopted fee column for 90814 and the proposed 2015-16 column. And so our normal fees will be in black. In the document as well, you will see a number of fees that are in blue. And those fees have been consolidated from other codification sources within city code. And what our goal here is to see if we can get all of the fees in one document. And so our citizens don't have to look at this fee schedule and then find another fee over here and find another fee over there.
Okay.
I'm going to try to get them all in the same document. So the consolidated fees are in blue, the brand-new fees are in red, the old fees are in black, but if those fees change, you'll see a change in the 2015-16 column. And the revision on page 22 is, again, just an increase in the initial deposit amounts for various fees. We had copied over the old fees and inadvertently copied them over, and we needed to put the new fee level in its place.
Great. Thank you very much for that report. Do I have questions from council? I can, Councilmember Keener.
So what is the thinking behind the increase in the cost of appeals to the city council? It goes from $100 to $300.
We took a look at two things. We took a look at the appeals fees that some of our neighboring cities are charging. And so that was also, that was a driver. But we knew we couldn't rely on that solely. Then we took a look at the hourly rate of all of those folks that end up in some way, somehow, having to address the appeal. Be it in engineering, be it in planning, be it the city clerk, be it the city manager, be it the assistant city manager. And we were able to come up with a composite rate that was actually a shade over 300, and that was just an hour's work. If we actually use the actual time, that figure would, I'm sure, be higher. And so we erred on the side of what we believe was reasonable at this time.
Yeah, I'm sure that every appeal costs more than $300.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, okay. So, right now, we are getting a tremendous number of appeals to council. I think that at least some of this is due to sort of a backlog of projects that were in the planning department and are now coming out, and the difference in sort of regimes between the old planning director and the new planning director. And so I would like to wait for 1 year before we raise this particular fee. So I'm just tossing that out there.
We'll talk about it after we get questions answered. Councilmember Neihardt?
Oh, I was going to ask about our fees on violation for heritage tree.
Okay.
This is something that has come up over and over in this city, and I'm trying to find it on the pages, and I can't for some reason. Where is it? Which one? Oh, there it is, right at the top of this other sheet. No wonder.
So it's on page 22 of 34, and so luckily, that page was revised, so we were able to go right to it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, the fee got raised because of the issues around heritage trees, but more what I'm interested in is the numbers of people, and I don't have a problem reducing that. That's actually makes a certain amount of sense, because we should encourage people to do the permitting process for those trees. So that's perfectly fine for me. But my issue more is it a code enforcement fine if people cut that down and don't get the permits?
Well, we're going to get some experts up here, and
Yeah.
we'll get you some answers.
Good.
Good evening. So yes, to answer your question, code enforcement fines are codified in the municipal code. And to support what Lorenzo was saying about putting everything in one place, we do recommend that you approve the master fee schedule with the code enforcement fines in there. They're not new fees. It's basically just, it's just what is in the municipal code so that folks know what the fines
So
are.
first violation is $100.
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to point out to you what other people have pointed out to me. It is cheaper for me to cut down the tree and get the fine than it is for me to apply for the permits. And that for which I have issues, because heritage trees are a unique thing. And, you know, I watch these, they come up, we're losing them right and left, and I don't think we're doing anything to help our cause here. So, you know, when the fine's less than the fee to get it happen, I mean, certainly we've come down from 300 to 189, but let's face it, it's still cheaper for me to see if I get caught.
I would actually need to research this particular type of violation, but the one thing that comes to mind as I'm hearing you describe this is if the code enforcement fines are being applied appropriately. So it shouldn't, if you violate the code, it shouldn't be a one-time fine. You would continue to be cited and fined until you correct the problem.
Well, how do you correct cutting down the tree?
Again, I'd have to do some research, and maybe there are some remedies for
I
when
brought
you do
this
that.
up before, and I'm not going to belabor it, but I have to tell you, the fines in other cities are in the thousands, not the hundreds. Not that I'm saying that that's where I want to go by any means, but I have an issue about permits being more than what apparent fines are. So that's just me.
Did you have anything you wanted to add, Van? Our Director of Public Works?
Yeah, in some, Van Ocampo, Director of Public Works, in some cases, when the arborist comes out and the tree is cut, then what the code enforcement officer can do is to ask the violator to still go to the permit process. And then you can even ask him to either replace the tree or do something, you replace the tree if they cut it down. So those are the things that you can also do in addition to. So, just as well.
This is just something, I think it's probably beyond the scope of the fees, but it's something that I'd really like us to look at in general. It just doesn't make sense sometimes to me, and I understand that, what Mr. Ocampo said, but this one particular area has been a bugaboo for the city for a long time, and I've heard it bantered about in the community. Well, it's cheaper to just do it and see if you get caught.
We'll take a look at that and come back to you.
Okay.
I had a question about one of the new fees is a request for extension of development application permit, and that's $567. So what exactly is that?
And what page do you have?
Oh, that is packet page 72.
Okay.
It's at the page you have.
Okay. And perhaps our folks from planning will come up and
We were discussing heritage trees. Can you please repeat your question?
Sure. So it's on packet page 72, 4A, request for extension of development application permits. And it's a new fee in red.
Right, it is a new fee. What staff does is we need to take an item to the Planning Commission to extend entitlement permits.
Okay.
And it takes approximately 3 hours of staff time. We review the request, we have to prepare the staff report, it goes onto the agenda, we go to a public hearing, and we used to take in a deposit and then charge staff time to the deposit, and that was really more administrative time and cost than needed to. We studied past practices, and it takes about 3 hours to process most of these. So we are proposing a flat fee.
Great, the 189 per hour times
Right.
3 hours. Okay. I had another question. There was quite a few special events, and special events on private property, and that's $567. What exactly is that?
It's this same premise.
Okay.
For private events on private property, so for example, a commercial site or business that's located on a commercial site may propose to have a fair
Okay.
or a special sale that's going to take over the parking lot, and that's a special event that they need to come in and get a permit under our municipal code. And again, it takes about approximately 3 hours of staff time.
And prior to this year, what generally happened?
Prior to this year, staff was requiring a deposit.
Okay.
And then
same.
the same process and charging time and materials.
So it's not exactly a new fee?
It
it's-
isn't,
Right.
no.
Okay, so that provides a lot of clarity. I appreciate that. Thank you. Councilmember Keener?
Thank you. So my question is on packet page 89, and it has to do with the one in red, the fire code variance applications per request and non-refundable.
Okay. One of our illustrious men in red, actually in black, is on his way up, and he will speak to this.
And, I just wonder, what is it?
89.
Good evening, Deputy Chief Johnson here.
89.
When a permit comes through the process, there are certain code requirements. There are also options for alternate means and methods, but to do that, they have to apply for an alternate means and methods, and that requires staff time to research, all that kind of stuff. And so that's just taking care of that staff time that is required to research and review that, and it is a non-refundable fee. It's a non-refundable fee.
Yeah. Could you give us an example?
Well, there's all sorts of examples in the code. For example, you're required to have a fire sprinkler system in certain establishments, but there are alternate means of providing that same protection. And to do that, they would have to point out the means they're going to use, outline it, and show how that it meets the intent of the code to provide that extinguishing capability.
Uh-huh. So it's situations where an applicant is trying to meet the code through
Correct.
some kind of alternate,
Yes.
means that you're not used to seeing, and
Well, it requires additional evaluation, additional time.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions from council?
Clarification on that? I have a clarification for that, Chief.
Sorry.
Speak out faster.
So if you come into a small business, let's say,
Yes.
and you find there's a problem with the fire,
Yes.
so, and then they attempt to fix it, so the next time you come, it isn't fixed, so you add to that fee then, because it wasn't fixed the first time, or how does that go?
The fee we were just discussing is not that fee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That would be a inspection fee, and then it would be determined by, there are some reasons why we wouldn't charge the second fee. For example, we required you to repair something, but the contractor didn't show up or didn't provide the information that's out of control of the business. We would not charge the second fee for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see anybody with a light, so I'm going to bring it to the public, and I have one card on this item, I believe, from Tom Clifford.
Hopefully, I'm not it
Oh, and
tonight.
I'm sorry, I'm opening public comment. Thank you, sorry about that.
My first question, I've got a quick question, and that is the inclusionary housing fees part of what you have in front of you? Or is that something different? Is it going to be someplace else?
It's the Housing in Lieu Fund.
Right.
Housing fees.
So it's in the in lieu fees, I don't have to worry about that right now.
Right.
Okay, first off, the increase in the appeals fee, I agree with Councilperson Keener in that the jump is substantial at this point in time, and I'm also concerned about those people who might not be able to afford 300. They can struggle and afford 100 right now, but they might not be able to afford the 300 in the future, and that's, although you have the option of filling out paperwork saying that you're destitute, a lot of people aren't going to do that simply because it's embarrassing to do that. And I don't want to close those people out of the government process. So think about that when you're talking about increasing that fee from 100 to 300. We don't want to discourage people. And then I'll move on to, where is it? Oh, in lieu parking fee, is that part of this?
No.
No, okay. That's the trouble with having a big document that you can't bring with you. Okay, I guess that's it for my comments on this particular item. Thank you.
Great, I got your card. I know you're
You've broken it
speaking
up
on a few.
nicely so we get to talk about different parts of the
There you
budget.
go.
I appreciate that.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. Does anybody else from the audience have any comment to make during this period? Okay, since I have no other cards, I am closing the public hearing and bringing it back to council. Anybody? Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Degree.
Right. The appeals fee, yes, I think at least it's a good idea to wait a year. I think the motive or the reason for allowing an appeal, I mean, I'd like to know there must be a legal, civic reason for allowing appeals. So I'd like to visit that, but I like the idea of waiting for a year to see how that phase out. The other ones, I just had some questions to page 74, concerned about housing and the mobile home fair return adjustment request. So I'm not quite sure I understand that one. That's a new one, is it? It's on page 74.
Okay. See if we can get Director Warmeister.
It's page 74, the mobile home one.
Sure, this is another fee that is based on it's in the municipal code, and it was not in previous master fee schedules. So it's new to the master fee schedule, but not a new fee.
So,
Was it actually charged at one time?
That is why this was brought up by my staff as a recommendation to include into our master fee schedule.
So here again, I think, I see numbers of homeless people growing, and I read about trailer parks and past many trailer parks in the county, and hear about them being closed down and people where do they go? And then we have a very nice mobile home park, thank goodness, but there were things set in place before my time to make sure that the residents were protected. So I'm a little concerned about this one.
So this fee, I believe, is to ensure that if there is an increased request, an increase to the rents, that the mobile home park pays staff's time to review that.
So it's the park
It's not a fee
not
on
the
the mobile home
residents.
residents.
Oh, okay, I get it.
It's to ensure that staff cost to review that.
So that's in
is
keeping with
recouped.
the original, how they put it in before?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. And then I was just wondering, I'm a little bit brain dead today, so sorry. But going towards the end where you have childcare, just wondering if these fees are burdens for families. I'd hate to see people who are able to have after-school events not be able
Or if they're
to.
adjusted, they might be,
I think one of them is page 98.
yeah.
98.
Mr., our PB&R director's coming up.
Because we've been very good with help, being helpful.
Good evening, Mike Perez, Director of Parks, Beaches, and Recreation. Could you repeat the question, please?
Well, I just see that there's listed as new fees or proposed fees. I'm just asking
childcare.
to make sure that anything having to do with after-school or childcare,
Page are you on?
98 and 90.
98.
98, 99, that we're not putting a burden on our families that have financial problems.
We are, about half of our program funding comes from the state of California. We receive subsidized for low, free and reduced cost childcare. And the state sets the fee for the childcare program. And we are reimbursed by that rate. And for the first time in 8 years, there was an increase in the amount of money that they give for the children in our program. And that it's gone up, and the state also requires that any full-cost families that are in our program don't pay less than what the state reimburses us for. So part of the fees that you're seeing are adjusted because of that, but some of the higher fees, our state program, that's what the state is paying us per child based on income eligibility and such.
And I just have a question on that. Right above in black, it says state preschool half-day, $410 a month. Is that the difference? So now we're charging preschool half-day, $420 a month. Is there it's not a brand-new fee of $420?
Yeah, that's just a slight increase there. Actually, we have a state preschool at a couple different programs, and that is a new fee right there, the $420 there.
Okay, so previously, a half-day at Ocean Shore School would be,
Right, and I'm going to ask our child care supervisor, Scott Leslie, to come up and explain a little
okay,
more.
I just want to understand what the
Yeah.
different, it seems like it's a brand-new fee, and I'm sure they're used to.
Well, some of them are, yes.
Right.
And it has to do with the fact that we are now going to be offering a program for our full-cost families that is a reasonable fee, and if they would like to pay what the state is reimbursing us, which is going to be very high in some cases, they can do that, but we're offering something else that's more reasonably cost. 'Cause we cannot have the programs, we can't have them in the same program and pay less than the state reimburses us.
Okay.
So it
Interesting.
is a little confusing.
Confusing,
I don't know
too.
if you want, Scott can really explain it if you want to hear more.
Yeah.
Just a brief description is the state is reimbursing us by a higher amount and are requiring full-cost families to match that amount. And so what we've done is we've sort of split the program where parents, families can make the choice of being in the state program and paying more.
Okay.
And there's slightly higher expectations of the staff and a state curriculum and state standards, or they can be in more of a recreation-based model, which will remain at the current rate or slightly above.
So different programs at different schools that cost a different amount according to what parents can
Right.
pay.
So you have subsidized families who would continue to get service through us, like always.
Right.
And full-cost families would have the option of paying the state rate and being in the state program, which is a little bit more, or they can be in the recreation-based model program. It's their choice. We're giving them a choice.
Okay, and is this ongoing currently, right now? You're having?
This is very new, and it's only because the state surprised us and gave us quite a large increase and threatened, if you will, to give us an even larger one in January, and we don't want full-cost families, we don't believe that they could afford the rate increases. We want to give them the option to choose.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's confusing. Good question. Councilmember Nihart?
Okay, well, I'm going to be a bit of a pill because I'm not very willing to approve this based on my questions about the heritage tree. And until I get some answers, I need to put that out there. That's number one. And then the other thing, the discussion about the appeals fee troubles me. And it troubles me from the standpoint of the implication. Fees are supposed to be set by cities, my understanding, based on cost. Is that not? And there are a lot of rules around cost. So when we start talking about, what was the word you used? Changes in regime? I'm worried about the implication of that, number one. Number two, the Planning Commission, the majority has stayed the same. Number three, I'd sort of like some legal guidance here on weighing in on the sort of ethics implication of that. And if we're going to do anything, frankly, Mr. Clifford's argument weighs more heavily with me than some of that other stuff, because it has implications for the city. And I get pretty frightened by those kinds of implications.
Well, let me respond first.
Yeah.
So as the staff explained, the increase from 100 to 300 for the appeal fee was based on cost recovery.
Yeah, that's
They've
what I thought.
estimated that the amount of staff time, I think just for an hour, is approximately $300. So that is a policy that the council has had for a number of years,
That's
that we are
right.
moving toward full cost recovery. And then you didn't ask, but I thought you might find it interesting just to see what some other nearby cities charge. Woodside charges $400. Belmont charges $950. Brisbane charges $334. Millbrae charges $523, and Atherton charges $750. So by going from 1 to 3, it's compared to these, it's fairly modest, but really it's the full cost recovery that the policy that the council has adopted that we're trying to achieve here, and that applies to most, if not all, of the fee increases that we proposed. Moving to the heritage tree, did you see the tree citation fee on a certain page?
The tree citation fee, is there one in here? Because I saw code enforcement violation and it was like $100, first violation.
Well, let me check with Tina.
Okay.
And then, Matthew, if you want to respond to any of the
If you can
legal
show me
issues
something, it'd be
that
great.
occur to you.
Okay.
Sure. While she's looking it up. So from a legal perspective, the important thing is that the fees bear a reasonable relationship to the cost of delivering the service. And that is the way that staff has calculated all of these fees. It is a cost recovery basis. From an ethical standpoint, I could offer my own personal thoughts. It's not really a legal issue. You know, there are some decisions for which the council is the ultimate decision-making body. For others, for instance, many planning commission decisions, the planning commission is the ultimate decision-making body, but the city has chosen to provide an appeal to the city council from those decisions. It doesn't have to in many of those cases. So it's really a question of what the city wants to provide, and then how much of the cost of that additional right that it's provided it wishes to recover through the fee.
Okay. So what'd you find out?
I've asked Tina to tell us the page that the citation is listed on, so we can do a comparison. We can change the fees. That is before the council. That's your purview. If you'd like to make a change in the fees, that is certainly up to you. And if we can take care of that, I would love to have all of you be able to support our recommendation, if possible.
So I wanted to let you know what the citation fees are on page 80 of the packet, and it's 10 of 34, but it's page 80 of the packet. You
Yeah.
can see that there's a code enforcement section.
That's
You
what
can
I thought.
You can see there's administrative citations, and then there's misdemeanor citations. So since our initial conversation, I was able to look up the municipal code, and section 4-12.11 under the Heritage Tree Ordinance, under violations and penalties, actually specifies this is a misdemeanor. And
Okay.
so the citation would be the $1,000, not the administrative citation fines.
You've convinced me. I'm happy.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you for that
See,
clarification.
throwing all those fees in there has confused us now. Different schedule, but yes, that makes sense to me then. And so then reducing it makes sense. So because we want people to get the permits. We want people to talk about it in their neighborhood. So, yeah, okay.
And go ahead.
And that will be clear to people like it was not clear to us, so how do we make sure that people are clear about that?
Well, they have to go to the code and they'd hear about it, yeah.
So what I would suggest, and this would be coordinating between two departments, but that the information that Public Works puts out about heritage trees should mention what the penalties are for violations. And then if you do violate the code, the way you find out is our code enforcement officer would be citing this code section, and you would have that in the citation that is given to you in the notice of violation.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Does anybody have any other comments at this time? I do just want to make a comment in regards to the appeal fee. I think it's a reasonable discussion point, and I was happy to engage and listen to the opposing arguments regarding, in allowing people to take place in the governmental process. I think that's the most compelling argument. Having said that, I think there's many issues and there's many examples in this packet that some people can't afford in terms of taking part of the process, whether it's just getting a packet or a variety of things. It's just the nature of trying to meet our costs, and cost recovery. So I think in consistency, I think charging the going rate for appeals is a more consistent way of looking at this when you look at cost recovery as compared to isolating that one issue out of our packet. That would be my main point on that. And but I absolutely, I think it's a valid point, and it was a concern of mine, and I appreciate the comments regarding it. But I also, didn't quite understand where the 1 year would make a difference either.
Yeah.
It's either not allowing people to be part of the government process, or it's not. So that's just my point in terms of that issue. And Councilmember Keener.
Yeah. So $100 used to be represent 1 hour of staff time, and now $300 does, right? But the appeals process must certainly take more staff time than that.
Right. That's a valid.
So.
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah, the $300 is an estimation for 1 hour
Right.
of the combined time. And
Not just one
I'm not
person.
sure that the $100 was based on staff time.
Yeah,
Just not sure.
okay.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Degree.
Well, I have two things. One's a question and one is still on the appeal. I still see the appeal as appealing to the public to be able to participate in their neighborhood governance or whatever, from the point of view that, just as he was mentioned, Planning Commission has to be more juridical, and council is a resource where people can come and you have discretionary powers based on, what's the term, specifics of the specific issue. So it takes things out of a wide sweep of one size fits all to discretionary hearing. So that's why I'm a little concerned about that one, that takes away the public's opportunity to be heard by a body that can exercise discretionary powers.
And the only thing, I would want to respond to that is, then why charge $100? I mean, any fee.
Well, I'll go for
If you're saying, I don't know of any city that doesn't charge a fee for an appeals. According to what you just said, every city charges, it sounds like every city charges more than we do currently.
Of that sampling, yes.
Yes. I don't know if were there any that were less expensive than 300?
I'll let the clerk answer that.
No, there were not.
Okay.
We are the lowest.
Oh, boy.
Some cities even charge half of the permit fee, which can be very, very expensive.
Okay, thank you for that.
So my question then, did I miss signage issues for businesses? Is that in here? Yes, no?
Signage fees? Is that the question?
Yes.
Signage fees?
Right.
For businesses, yes. Did I miss it in here? I don't see it sticking out at me.
That would be good question.
It may not have come to your attention because if it's an entitlement permit, so if there's a new master sign program, it would be under the standard deposit in time and materials. Building permit fees are in there, and it would be charged as a typical building permit, depending on valuation.
So to be more specific, we've been having some concerns of businesses about their way of advertising. So code enforcement has been going after them, and they have to pay a $100 fee. Is that fee in here? Or whatever?
That's the administrative citation.
And where is that?
What was that page number? Was it 89?
Oh, yeah, it was, we were just on it, 80,
Oh, yeah, we were just on it.
it was 80.
Thank you. Page 80 of the packet.
Thank you. It's the administrative citations?
Yes.
Okay, so council has been asked to revisit the types of signage, so how does that factor into here right now at the moment?
Until we make a decision.
Different ordinance.
Until we make a decision, I would imagine that we would continue to.
I believe, Councilmember Degree, you might be speaking of revisiting the sign ordinance.
Right.
That would be a separate action. Even if we change the sign ordinance, we would probably still want to have some kind of an administrative citation to help enforce whatever the provisions are.
No, I understand that. So is this an appropriate time to ask if we are going to do something like that? What's the process for determining that?
I'm not sure that that's before the council tonight for discussion.
So then the answer would be that I would have to bring it up at another, or ask you to agendize it, or bring it up at another public meeting?
Correct.
At oral, my orals or whatever?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Neihardt?
Well, I appreciate the discussion and the clarification around the appeals, and I particularly appreciate the fact that you went to the effort to research that, because clearly we're still on the low end. So it seems like a reasonable increase, particularly in terms of staff costs, which is what this, and cost recovery, what this is supposed to be based on, because I agree with Councilmember Keener, we're not recovering all of our costs by that in any way, nor would we probably recover those costs even if we raised it more. So I personally am fine with that, and you answered my questions sufficiently around the trees. So I'm ready to make a motion.
So I'm not sure I understood what you said about the appeals one.
I'd explain my rationale for, we have a policy of setting our fees based on cost recovery. And
So you want to stick with it?
We're not,
Yeah.
we're not
That's all I wanted to know. I got you.
increasing it to the sufficient amount, so we're not making it too big a jump, but we're coming at least to the, well, we aren't even in the bottom end, but we're closer to the bottom end of the rest of the cities than we were before. So, from what you went through. So, I think that's fair and slow and reasonable. So, I was ready to move approval.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just did.
Okay, great.
If there's a second.
Do I have a second? Be happy to make the second, but I don't know if you guys want to work on it a little more in terms of, is it,
We have the motion on the floor. Second for discussion, or ask me to rescind it.
yeah. I'll second it right now, and then hopefully we can discuss and.
Make modifications accordingly.
So, do you want to pull that one for further discussion? The appeal ones, it's the discretionary powers and we're a city, we're a community, and it concerns me at the moment, just as my questions about childcare and the mobile home park and the housing part. So don't want to be such a city as that you have to pay for everything. I don't want to listen to you. This is the way it is. Go home. I don't think we would need a council if that was the way things were to be. We would just say, this is the wisest, smartest, most efficient way of doing things, and here's everything, and here are the fees, and that's the way it is. You don't like it, move out. So that, like I said, I'm tired tonight, and that looms at me as a big thing, as it's a discretionary power, it's an appeal, it's people, why would anybody bother to appeal anyway? And then just to make it to the point of prohibitive just seems not very open-minded. So that, I'm kind of stuck.
Even though we are cheaper than any other city in the county.
I really don't worry about every other city.
Okay.
I mean, we are who we are. I don't worry in my family. My kids tell me, everybody else does it. My response is, who's your mother? You know?
Right. Anybody else have any comments?
Mayor Irvin, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Maybe I could take a stab at explaining the mobile home fee, because I heard Councilmember Degree mention that, and maybe it's not clear.
No, you did clarify it.
Oh, all
It's the administration that's paying, not the individual renters or owners.
That's right, thank you.
No. I mean,
Okay.
I was just expressing why I was asking those questions.
Oh, okay, thank you, sorry.
You just wanted, oh, yeah. Councilmember Keener?
So, I'm thinking about an example of, say, the appeal of the 7-Elevens, or the 7-Eleven up at Hickey and Gateway.
Yeah.
And again, you know, I wonder, to Tom Clifford's point, whether those people would have appealed if it was $300, or if they had chosen to say, okay, I'm destitute, and you know, file it that way, so I don't know that, well, I think it's an impediment in some cases.
Mm-hmm.
In other cases, other appellants have no problem raising $300. It's only slightly more of an issue than $100, and that is not a very big issue. But for some appellants,
Right.
it may be. And like was mentioned in the public comments, asking somebody to publicly announce that they're destitute is, in order to get an appeal, is a little much. So that's my rationale.
Right. And maybe this sounds kind of arbitrary, but would we consider making a slighter modification to the increase? I know it's not complete cost recovery, just to get some agreement, just the fact that we're striving to achieve cost recovery moving forward. I don't know.
I would be amenable to that, and because, you know, I initially said that I would be amenable to $300 after a year, right? Just keep it 100 for a year. So I would be amenable to something, you know, $200, split the difference.
I would, too.
Is that okay
Councilmember.
with Sue?
Oh.
No. Sorry. I would say 150, that would be about as
Okay.
far as I would be willing to go.
And Councilmember Nihart?
Well, I'm willing to go with the 200, but the arguments really are what troubles me. And we made a policy about cost recovery. Fees are tied to cost recovery. We are expected from the state to recover costs in a certain way. That's what fees are about. And so the argument that you have, I mean, one of my bugaboos has been the number, when I first got on council, the number of massage therapists, and I use one with all my arthritis regularly. So I know what fees they pay to come and be able, and they aren't making, some of them are making just enough to survive. So am I supposed to now weigh the $300 or the $162 based on that particular discussion? And that's what kind of bothers me about that discussion. Like I said, it's when we start changing our policy, that's where I worry. Now, is a $200 increase this year too much? I'm fine to say we can go from 100 to 200. I'm totally fine with that. But as long as we're talking about cost recovery and working toward cost recovery, I'm happy with that. And the rest of this discussion, it just makes me queasy because we're changing our policies. And we're changing it on the fly instead of what we voted on. So that's just me. And I get all the stories. I mean, I went through here and was looking at some other ones that I was thinking, well, you know, there's people that deserve, that have, that should, and I can't do that way. I just can't.
Okay, oh, Councilmember Keener.
So I hear you, but the one thing is the thing that Sue mentioned, and that this is a governmental fee rather than you know, a fee to run a business, for example. This is a special category.
Similar, for instance, to people that have to buy their packets.
Yeah.
Things like that. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think it is. No, it's not similar to people that have to
digital.
buy their packets. Yeah, it's, this is a special category. Yeah. So,
I get your argument. I understand. It sounds like we're coming to agreement, which is a great thing. I'm stuck as well on the fact that every other city, and I know, you know, you're thinking
Well-
about
It is
Pacifica
about-
in particular, but, so let's go
Yeah.
slow and steady and have some respect and appreciation for those that will struggle with an increased cost, and go 200 instead of the 300, if that would make people, that's what, okay.
I will, the maker of the motion will happily modify that particular fee to 200.
Question?
Will the second accept it?
Yes, I will accept it.
Okay.
I have a question.
Please.
Can I vote for everything except that?
No,
would that-
you have to vote on the motion that's actually on the table. It's an up or down vote.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote then
Okay.
on that. I mean, making your point. And that passes 3-1.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we are now at council communications. Purpose of council communications is for council members to inform each other and the public of some interagency and committees that they've been attending and try to inform the public on those issues. So would anyone like to start? Mayor Pro Tem Degree.
Well, we had Veterans Day, I think, somewhere in the past here. So for all those families and veterans, really appreciate what they've done for all of us. Very happy to hear about the veterans cards. So if anybody hasn't heard about that, you want to make sure that your veterans learn about that and find out how to get it. So apparently you'll be coming to the San Bruno Veterans Center. I think that would be very helpful for veterans. Have attended quite a few meetings. The League of Cities had a meeting last Thursday, which the topic was Sustainable Transportation Planning Tools, and it was given by Jeffrey Tumlin, who apparently has spoken in several other places in the county and has been very well received, and I can see why. He was about, where is my notes? Tools that cities can use, very timely, to make themselves creative, healthy, vibrant, resilient communities. And he even mentioned like Highway 1 could be a city street versus a highway or a freeway, and how that could be an economic boon for the city of Pacifica. So I went to hear him again. He gave a bigger presentation, which I guess is the normal presentation, at Menlo Park Senior Community Center for the public. And just because I wanted to make sure I was hearing, I could hear it a few more times. I hope that we have him here sometime ourselves. The other one I went to was Rhythm Engineering. That was pretty much an all-day affair. Found out that was mostly engineers there. I managed to keep up until one lecture. Then I was happy that I had some work to do. But it was, again, very, very positive about the 21st century technology regarding transportation. Both of those were extremely uplifting. And I also had the opportunity to meet the Department of Transportation Director, Mr. Malcolm Doherty, and he is an avid fan of the 21st century traffic systems. So I'm very positive. I'm on a positive high about Caltrans and the whole shebang. Also attended Silicon Valley Leadership Meeting, and there were a lot of businesses there, as well as legislators. And housing. Housing is such a severe issue that the businesses themselves are beginning to be concerned that they are going to not be able to survive. Because what did they say? I think the amount of money to live in the Bay Area should be $40 an hour wages. We are so far from that. So where are people going? They're leaving. So which means that anything that the business employees need, where's it going to go? Where's it going to be? So the businesses might just up and out. There was one other thing on that I heard too. I just skipped my mind right at the moment. Attended the big lift. So the county, if you don't know, is working on trying to have all of our children learn to read by grade 3. And it was very well received. I think there's a concerted effort for this. So some other things that I would like, one of them is that we would agendize the signage situation so that we can talk to our businesses and find out what kind of signage they need in order to help them, so that we can be a proactive work-together council and listen to what they have to say, and if necessary, which I think would be necessary to change our sign ordinance, but we won't know until we do something like that. So if we could, if that's what we have to do, agendize for us to talk about a step forward, then please, let's do it. The other thing that I can't seem to get out of my mind is weed abatement. So we have a situation where we're in a huge drought, and yet the fire department by contract doesn't cover it, and so we've been understaffed, and I just really would like weed abatement solved so that we don't have huge fires around here, and then that will affect lives and properties, and the insurance that businesses have. There's some kind of a score they get. If the neighborhood is considered a fire hazard, then their insurance, I think, goes up. So I think I've covered most of them for now.
Thank you for those comments and information. Councilmember Nybhart?
Yeah, I just wanted to report on a couple of things related to some of the items that are going on. The Association of Bay Area Governments, we met 2 weeks ago tonight, actually now, and Plan Bay Area and even 2040 planning is moving ahead quite extensively. And frankly, since Councilmember Degree mentioned this, the housing issue is a huge piece of concern. It's not just in the Bay Area, it's the fact that the high rates of housing push out from the 9 counties into other counties that are not directly part of the Bay Area, but their prices get inflated because people get moved out. And then the balance, given that we're not just concerned about businesses, but concerned about, okay, so we push people out to Turlock and they have to commute in, then what that does to your roads and your congestion and all of those issues. And that really is frankly a huge piece of what they're trying to struggle with around Plan Bay Area. And nobody has easy answers, but Councilwoman Degree is absolutely, or Mayor Pro Tem is actually correct that while there's no exodus obvious right now, there are businesses teetering on the edge of saying we just can't afford to pay what it takes to keep people here. So it is a huge concern, and it's a huge concern sort of across the 9-county region and beyond. So I do want to say that we talk about that a great deal in the Association of Bay Area Governments. And as your San Mateo County representative from the cities, we bring this up, both myself and Pradeep from South City, we bring this up really religiously for everybody to think about. The other thing I wanted to say is that the Transportation Authority, I have to apologize because it meets tonight and it meets at 5:30, and I have the at-large seat on that, and unfortunately, because we had the study session tonight, I needed to be here, so I did get an excuse from that meeting. So, last but not least, CCAG has formed a committee, City and County Association of Governments has formed a committee to align and look at the water, sea level rise, stormwater whole issue that Supervisor Pine is moving forward on. And I think the first meeting of that group is tomorrow, if I recall. So our committee has chosen to wait until right after that and see what transpires. But we will be working with that from all of the cities. Okay.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Keener.
Okay. I attended the Pacifica Resource Center volunteer recognition lunch and did the harvest baskets afterwards. And also Pacifica Resource Center board meeting, which was my first one, and so I was really happy to meet all the board members and so on. Let's see, I've got a couple other board meetings on here that not much transpired at, so I'll skip those. On the CCA front, that's the Community Choice Aggregation. There was a meeting here in Pacifica, and it was attended by Councilmember Nybhart, Mayor Irvin, and Councilmember O'Neill and a lot of citizens. And so that was really great. And following up on that, a countywide meeting of the CCA or CCE committee now, so that's Community Choice Energy, which makes a lot more sense than aggregation, or at least some more sense. It's held at the San Mateo County Events Center, and that was a very productive meeting, and I think we'll be hearing a report on that somewhere in the future from Lorenzo Hines, who is our representative to that.
That's right.
Okay, great. I attended a meeting of the Pacifica Collaborative this morning, which also was my first time, and that was a real eye-opener in the sense that it was different than any other meetings I've attended, and I'm a newbie at this, obviously, but it was just sort of friendlier, and I really appreciated that. And finally, I also attended the Rhythm Engineering presentation. So Rhythm Engineering makes in-sync traffic light synchronization devices, which sort of piggyback on the equipment that's already there. And I was really glad. It was just a spectacular meeting for me because they went through the technical details of all their stuff, and I thought I got most of it, and that will be really useful to compare with other products in the same area. And this is one of my passions, so I was really happy about that. So that's it.
Great, thank you very much for those comments. Let's see, last night I attended the Beautification Committee meeting. We welcomed 2 new members and talked about a lot of great projects that are going on at the community center and all over Pacifica. And again, I know earlier tonight we had the study session with the Open Space and Parklands Advisory Committee, and they talked about the need to beautify Highway 1, and so, it's Beautification Committee is working very hard at some of those projects as well, and looking at a lot of interesting and exciting projects. And I know our staff is also working really hard at trying to work with Caltrans to beautify our entrance into Pacifica. So I think that's moving along, and everybody's getting really excited about some of the possibilities that can happen. I attended an Economic Development Committee meeting with Mayor Pro Tem Degree, and that was a great meeting. We had our new Economic Development Manager. Our Planning Director was also there, Tina, and it was a great meeting. We had a presentation that was about commercial vacancies and things, he took an inventory. Kevin Kuba is one of the members. He took an inventory of the situation in our community, and there was a lot of interaction of the committee members talking about things that we can do, whether it's website or advertising, or how we can work with businesses to let them know what our inventory is like and how to really attract the businesses that will fit our vacancies, because our vacancies are much smaller areas than a lot of businesses have needs for. So I think it was really informative and helpful for everybody to hear. They also talked about some great event ideas, and we had an event planner come by and give us some really good ideas about how to move forward. So I think everybody's really invigorated and motivated on the Economic Development Committee, so I'm excited about that as well. I went to the Chapel by the Sea on Memorial Day, with great event in honor of, all the fallen soldiers and all the soldiers that serve, of course, for Memorial Day. And it was just a beautiful event, and I appreciated being able to be part of that event. And it was also sponsored by the American Legion, so that was very nice. Like always in Pacifica, everybody's doing these wonderful things for our community, and it's greatly appreciated. I attended, let's see, the Community Choice Aggregation, or Community Choice Now Energy, which, and I guess they used the word aggregation because it was aggregating the buying power of the citizens of Pacifica so we can purchase energy, renewable sources of energy for a much cheaper amount. And so reducing greenhouse gases while saving money. It's a really great project. I'm really happy to be part of that, and we're in the middle of doing a feasibility study as part of San Mateo County here in Pacifica, so hopefully soon we'll be able to bring that to you. And I know our council members here have all had a lot to do with getting that going here. Let's see, I went to the CCAG Legislative Committee meeting with Councilmember Nyhart, again, talking a lot about transportation issues and stormwater issues and voting issues and a lot of really important things. So hopefully soon we'll have some interesting and important information to tell you about the changes to come. And let's see, I just wanted to also acknowledge I went to the Pacifica School Volunteers Volunteer Recognition event. Some great volunteers out there that have been working for years and years with our schools on behalf of the children here. So again, I'd like to say thank you to all those volunteers as well, and the Pacifica School Volunteer Group, who's doing a fabulous job trying to take care of all our children. And with that, I think that's all. Oh,
I forgot one.
Oh, and actually, yeah, you forgot one, and I forgot something as well. I just had two announcements I wanted to make. There's been a call-up of the Planning Commission's decision related to the Harmony at One project, which has been rescheduled from Monday, June 8th to Monday, July 13th. So it will no longer be on the June 8th schedule. And the appeal of the project approved for 4,000 Palmetto Avenue has been rescheduled from Monday, June 8th to Monday, June 22nd. And that will be up on the website soon, so you'll have that information. And I think those have just been scheduling issues with the people that are involved in those appeals. So we had to make that change. And I think that's it. Please.
Right, this one is the meeting I went to last night. The Airport Noise Commission, actually, FAA is going to reevaluate the method for measuring the effects of aircraft noise, and it's none too soon. They won't tell us where or who they're going to call, but they're doing it around 20 airports across the nation, and they're going to be doing a survey of people about how airport noise is bothering you. So I would really appreciate it if you'd let us know if they happen to call you. I, for one, was not very thrilled with this method, and I did ask why they don't want to tell us, because they feel that if they tell us ahead of time, then somehow we could manipulate their findings. But people from, I think we had 40 people from Santa Cruz at our Millbrae meeting last night, because the noise over Soquel area is all day, 24 hours a day, so I certainly don't want it coming here. But anyway, the FAA is evaluating all this, but it's going to take over a year to get any kind of response, and that response will be as to whether or not they should change their method of measuring noise, both outside and inside the house.
And I would be very remiss if I didn't mention the fact that Councilmember Nyhart was just recently reelected as chair to the CCAG committee, as well as a chair of the...
No, not chair.
I
got just reelected as the San Mateo County City's representative to the Association of Bay Area Governments. Right. So it's the 9-county region. And yeah, about a month and a half ago, I became chair for the second term for the City and County Association of Governments. And for those of you that don't know, I mean, that is such a huge honor, because it's a 21 electeds. There's every city and the county has representatives on that that board, and it's unique for almost any other county, because what we do in San Mateo County is literally aggregate our funds so that when we get transportation dollars back to the county, we work together as a county to do the most efficient use of those, instead of just divvying up by population and having some cities get such a meager portion that it really doesn't benefit anyone. We utilize them, and that's how we've been able as a county to do some really incredible projects. And I recently got to do a little speech, I think I mentioned it last time, but we have a number of sustainable projects, and since I have some audience here, I just want to tell you, one of the really exciting parts is merging stormwater with transportation so that we capture runoff and roadways and utilize the water in different ways for, well, what we did at one school was a set of drainage systems that actually cleans the water and also has native plants that the students get to learn about, because it's a garden that's all labeled and everything, and that was over in one of the schools, and I think we're probably going to be having a ribbon cutting here for one of our projects in the not too distant future. So the City and County Association of Governments, most people don't even know it exists, and yet it has a pretty significant impact in San Mateo County, so it's really an honor.
Right. And thank you very much for clarifying that. And Councilmember Neihardt really gives us strong representation across the entire county and in all sorts of different areas. So for that, I really want to commend you and thank you for doing that. Okay, so next is oral communications. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor during oral communications, provided, however, that during the oral communications portion of the agenda, only items not on the agenda for that meeting may be addressed. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body and not to any member thereof. Council members shall not enter into debate with speakers under oral communications. A maximum time of 3 minutes will be allowed for any speaker pursuant to Pacifica Municipal Code Title II, Chapter 1, Section 2-1.118. Any person making impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks or who become boisterous while addressing the council shall be called to order by the presiding officer, and if such conduct continues, may, at the direction of the presiding officer, be ordered barred from further audience before the council during the meeting. Okay, and with that, I'm going to call up from the cards I have, and if you'd like to make any comments, please, at this time, fill out a yellow card and bring it forward. So, Dan Stejink, I should have your last name down by now. Thank you. And Clorinda Campagna is next, followed by Laureen Cuneo. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. My name is Dan Stejink. First of all, I'd just like to mention that at the Planning Commission meeting, there was 4 women who were disabled between 68 and 85 that were waiting in the lobby for the elevator work, and they actually ended up coming later. So if we could just make sure that elevator is turned on for any disabled attendants, I would appreciate it.
Thank you for
They were
bringing
too
it.
proud to mention it themselves.
Thank you.
I'd like to say I've discovered some errors in the ABC database that city is providing. The ABC is the California Department of Beverage Control. For a long time, it appears like applicants have been manipulating their census tract data to gain an advantage in the off-site liquor license application process. I put up all the maps and all the bad data on pacifica.city if you want to take a look. It's the very first link on there. For instance, in the 700 Hickey location, I found 2 extra ones that were not on the ABC map. 6028 is a census tract there, and they also count the census tract border there. And Lucky was listed at 6029, which is 400 feet away, and Ernie's Liquor was listed at 6030. Likewise, at the 505 Lindemar 7-Eleven, which would be Dave and Lou's turning into a 7-Eleven, that's census tract 6032, and Rite Aid is listed at 6033. Right now, assuming the grocery outlet goes into the Fresh and Easy location, Fresh and Easy currently has a tasting permit only, and grocery outlet would have a type 20 wine and beer license. That would be 7 in this area. Fresh and Easy, Safeway, Rite Aid, Table Wine, Hoffman's, which is actually in Rockaway, but it's in 6032. Sun Valley Dairy Store, and then 7-Eleven Inc. would be 7th, and it clearly meets the overconcentration data that Ms. Wermeister described about 2 months ago in the ABC process. 7-Eleven is a bad neighbor. They've been a bad neighbor for 48 years. I went through the archive data and found letters from Mayor Nick Gust, August 18th, 1969, calling them out for being required to have 3 trees there at all time in landscaping. You know, they cut down those heritage trees sometime and they were never replaced. They were required for the life of the use permit. Likewise, they're parking on their ice plant and Purigantha landscaping 24 hours a day. And it's just like a dirt path with like some roots there. At a certain point, these aren't errors, this is a strategy, parking expansion or whatever, and I would strongly urge that don't be fooled when someone shows you a pretty picture and tells you that's the only way to the future, because I do not think 7-Eleven is a benefit to our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Clorinda Campagna?
Madam Mayor, council members, and staff, excuse me. Just making an announcement, a reminder about the Relay for Life, which is a city event. It's July 18 and 19, and we do hope that many of you will be there. And for our citizens to pay attention to any announcements that will be coming up in the newspaper about different fundraisers that many of the teams will be having. So it's just a reminder, July 18 and 19, please be there, and we hope that we will have many, many people coming to the event. It's a friendly, family event that saves lives, and we do hope that you'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very important reminder for this wonderful event that you do. Lorene Cuneo, is that? Okay. Cuneo, okay.
Cuneo. Good evening. I'm here because of the 7-Eleven proposed 7-Eleven up on 700 Hickey Boulevard. You know, anyone that knows 7-Eleven knows it's not an improvement for a community. It's terrible what happens. I can't, and what happened too was, I feel that it was kind of swept under the rug for us, that we didn't know what was going on until it happened. That's not right for the people that live up there. That's not right. You know, I've lived in Pacifica for 51 years, and I can't believe this is happening. I thought they were supposed to watch out for us instead of having something like 7-Eleven come in. That doesn't beautify a community, it brings it down. I don't know what else to say, except no one here would want 7-Eleven near their home, but yet they expect us to have it near ours. And I tell all Pacificans, be careful, you might wake up one morning and find 7-Eleven in your backyard. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Betty Duran and Shirley Gibbs after Betty, and then Debbie Dernberger.
Feel right at home in this crowd.
Good evening, council members. I live at 694 Parkview Circle, and I've lived there for over 30 years. I'm here to inform council about 700 Hickey Boulevard. The the proposed site of the 7-Eleven. If you don't know, because honestly, after listening to all that you do, you can't possibly know everything, so I want to help you out. The process of dismantling that Chevron station began this past weekend. That the decision to dismantle the Chevron station while an appeal has been submitted and while issues are still pending concerns me. I did contact our planning director here present, and she indicated no permit had been issued and that she was directing code enforcement to the site. Currently, activity appears to have ceased. I know this is a city council meeting, but I would like to make council aware of the fact that when I went back to the beginning of the year looking at planning commission meetings, I was astonished to see that the notice of public hearing informational letter for items on their agendas had in all cases been mailed to at least 28 to 33 surrounding property owners, and in one case to 108 surrounding property owners. In our case, it was mailed to a grand total of 9 surrounding property owners. I was not one of them. Frankly, many of the neighbors feel abandoned, and a grassroots effort to address the 7-Eleven issue has begun. When it comes to this proposed site, something went very wrong. The limited amount of paperwork we see is quite perplexing and honestly disturbing. We do hope you work to understand all of the ramifications of allowing a 7-Eleven at that location, what it would mean for the city, and in particular to Fairmont residents. How did we get here with virtually no outreach to the community? I don't know. I'm working on getting answers, but I am relieved to know that there is an appeal process. To council and to all Pacificans, I say, you may think this is a Fairmont issue. I guarantee you it is not. Soon other areas of Pacifica may be impacted. Another 7-Eleven besides this proposed one may be coming, perhaps to your neighborhood. And worse yet, you may not even be aware of it. Don't be caught off guard. That is what happened to us. And also, they're not good neighbors. We expect our leaders will seek to hear and act in the best interest of our community. I certainly hope that this will be the case. I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you for your comments. And Shirley Gibbs, followed by Debbie Dernberger.
Mayor Irwin and members of the City Council, I'm Shirley Gibbs. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Pacifica Historical Society and Restoration Chair of the Little Brown Church. The Society is requesting that you pencil in on your calendars the evening of July 24th for the proposed pre-gala grand opening of the Pacifica Coastside Museum. With the grand opening ceremonies open to the general public the following day on Saturday, July 25th from 1 to 4 p.m. Invitations are being printed, but we hesitate to mail them. We're not certain at this time whether we can receive our certificate of compliance from the city. Our immediate challenge is the ADA accessibility connection to the 3-story platform lift, and the following state inspection, which we've been told sometimes takes 2 to 3 weeks. So we're just not, this is a tentative date, but we want you to be aware this is what we're striving towards. But personally, I have a thank you to give to Mr. Van Ocampo, who made the suggestion that we reroute the handicapped accessible entrance to the north side of the building, thus saving us $20,000, money that we didn't have. And also a big thank you to Councilmember Sue DeGree, who has been a major supporter of our efforts since day one. Funding this major restoration project has been a challenge. In the past 12 years, we've been through the initiative process, lengthy lease negotiations, and a countless number of meetings. It's been a continuous round of fundraising, as historical grant funding has not been forthcoming. This has been an all-volunteer effort involving many members of the community, and we welcome additional input and participation if you're interested in our historic past. We urge you to attend our meetings the third Tuesday of the month, 7 p.m. at the Community Center. So, in conclusion, our vision of a History Museum Event Center in the city will become a reality, hopefully, by the end of July. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very exciting. Debbie Durenberger? And this is the last card I have, if I missed anyone.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm a resident here in Pacifica, and I've gone over to the Resource Center to get a little bit of help here and there. I virtually any time of the day can go in and pick up a little bit of food, and recently I've had kind of a major housing issue where I didn't have a place to live, and I went to the Resource Center to request a grant to help me with the first and last month's rent for moving, and just recently I received that grant. And so I would see definitely that this Pacifica Resource Center is much needed in the community to help people. I don't know what I would do without the Resource Center, and please bring back the budget to include the Resource Center. I think of all the other people that rely on the Resource Center for 100% of their groceries and food items and all the other resources that they provide. And I just wanted to, thank them, especially for all their help. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those comments. I'm sorry. Did you have an oral communications?
Yes, remember he has the 3.
Okay, yeah, no, I know. Come on up.
I'm becoming a one-man band. I wanted to talk tonight about the audit that has been done on the misspent money. I'm not exactly sure what to call it, and I don't know how to handle that. But we're looking at what, 4.7 million now?
So
In terms of money that has been spent on other things, taken from one fund to another, without any clear idea of the paper trail behind that.
Tom, the only reason I'm stopping you is because the next agenda item is the budget, and this is a big segment. We're going to...
I am talking about, I would like to have a real audit, a full audit. Has that got anything to do with the budget that's coming up?
Well, it's...
The funds you're talking about are part of the next budget item. That's why the mayor is thinking maybe it's a match for the next budget item.
Okay, hopefully that I don't get cut off when I then start talking about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for understanding. It's just part of the making sure you're talking about agenda items. Okay, and with that, but please stick around for the next agenda item. Okay. So with that, that brings us to consideration items. Number 5, development of the 2015-2016 budget, City Council regular meeting, proposed action, provide direction to staff related to development of the budget.
Briefing room on the other side. Going over there? Go down the hallway and just keep going. Yeah.
Honorable members, Lorenzo Hines Jr., Assistant City Manager. I wanted to introduce the young lady to my left. This is Cindy Mosser. She's our Financial Services Manager. A lot of the churning and burning that goes into creating this budget is done by her and myself. So I wanted her to be right here by my side as we're presenting this to you.
Thanks and welcome, too. Thank you.
So what we'll have here is sort of a tag team effort. You'll see a presentation primarily given by me, but the directors over the particular program areas will be flowing in and out of the conversation to provide you with details. So just to reiterate, it's June 4th. And so we're here with the bulk of the, or the rest of the department presentations. We're going to talk about Public Works tonight. We're going to talk about Parks and Rec. And we're also going to talk about some of the other funds, including wastewater treatment, and we'll talk about the Parking Enterprise Fund. We've just gone over the fee schedule, and any responses to any council questions or comments, we are open to those and seek your direction. June 8th, we'll be back here on Monday. And with the economic development budget, the CIP budget will be, I believe, on the 22nd, and so forgive the typo there. And we'll still be seeking direction and responses from council at that time. And on the 22nd, 2015, we will anticipate budget adoption. So first up is Parks, Beaches, and Recreation. And we have Director Michael J. Perez here to provide.
Good evening, council members. Mike Perez, Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Department Director. The mission of the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Department is to foster human development, promote health and wellness, strengthen safety and security by providing programs for children, youth, and adults to play and learn through positive recreational experiences. The department's made up of 3 main divisions that provide recreation and human services to the community and are supported by our administration division. These 3 divisions are child care, recreation, and senior services, and again, we have a support administration division that handles those types of things. For our general fund expenditures are projected to be slightly under $4 million for this year and about $4,075,000 next year. Revenues expected to be about $3.2 million and just a slightly more than that next year. And traditionally, our department's cost recovery has been between about 78, 79, and 83%. We are projecting 83% for this year and 81% for next year. We have 21 full-time positions in the department, and depending on the time of the year, we have between about 105 and 130 part-time employees, and they account for about 64,000 hours of work during the year. Let's go to the next slide. Our PB&R highlights are volunteer programs. We continue to maintain many strong volunteer programs, and particularly with our youth and seniors for service and connection to the community and help deliver quality programs and activities, as well as to provide things like intergenerational opportunities. We have about 130 senior volunteers that account for 13,000 hours of their donated time, and they're responsible for generating close to $80,000 in revenue. The Seniors in Action group, we're celebrating the 40th anniversary this year for them, and our Seniors in Action membership is at an all-time high of about 720 members. The activity and class participation is also up, and if you've been down to the community center on the right day, there's a lot of rummage sales that are contributing to our revenue down there as well. We have close to 100 youth volunteers every year, and during the summer, we have a Leaders in Training education program, and that's an opportunity for our 13 to 17-year-olds to kind of be junior counselors and leaders in training at our sites, and they account for about 5,000 hours of volunteer time. We also have about another 40 to 50 youth between 11 and 17 that sign up to assist at the aquatics programs, particularly in the summer for swim lessons, and they get us about 1,100 hours. So a lot of volunteer hours going into the pool. And as council will remember, maybe a month ago or so, Youth Advisory Board was here, and they're also an active group, but sort of take a rest during the summer. We sort of lose them after school gets out. But we're looking forward to them as well, volunteering hours this coming year. Also, the Brink Pool has been maximizing our program capacity and the usage to increase cost recovery, and we just try to fill those lanes, fill the water, get classes and programs in there, and some of them happening at the same time. We have about 150 children on our swim team right now, and we have an all-access membership and water polo that are continuing to be very popular at the pool. And of course, swim lessons, it's a very valuable service promoting water safety, especially in a coastal community. A couple other programs that are seeing some increases are recreation preschool, community special events, and as I mentioned, the senior services activities and class participations are also very high. There's a picture of the pool there. So grant funded, Child care received over $900,000 in local, county, state, and federal grant dollars used to offer quality, free, and reduced cost child care programs for Pacifica youth and supported their families so that they could continue to afford to live in our community. Our senior program got about $180,000 in Intergovernmental Older American Act federal funding and county support. The seniors also recently, council, remember, received a donation of $130,000 trust, and there are plans in the works. We'd like to leverage that money for additional funds for program support and facility improvements. Our science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, otherwise known as STEM program, we are in the 4th year of funding for that after-school program that offers free STEM programming at the schools in Pacifica, and that grant is runs through the Parks and Rec office. Comes from the county. It's a great collaborative effort with the school district, and we were recently congratulated by the county for building a community collaborative that helps support STEM in many ways, and they were specifically told us that we are achieving the collective impact that everyone talks about, but it's hard to attain. Communication and marketing, media. We've been using Facebook. We have over 1,400 likes right now on there. We're using that quite a bit. Anybody who's listening, Pacifica Recreation, you should like us. Also, Constant Contact, which we send out a lot of targeted emails to some of our groups, and when they sign up for programs and such, we've been able to do that to communicate with the community and sort of engage the public and improve our marketing. Also, our play brochure, this is the end of the fiscal year for us, obviously, and we decided to go back to mailing the brochure out to every household, and we've seen an increase, and we saw that in our revenue, and I won't know till the end of the year, but as of sort of when we were doing budget about a month ago or so, we were up about $20,000 in classes, and we attribute that to everyone getting a copy of it at home and getting some new signups. So we're going to continue to do that. And the final highlight that I wanted to share was staff development. We're placing a priority on staff development by making conferences, trainings, workshops, and classes available to our employees. Just like the city, there's been a lot of turnover recently, and people are retiring, people are getting other jobs, but we've had in our department 20% change in full-time staff just in this last year, and almost 40% in the last 2. And training new employees and engaging the current ones is definitely a high priority for my department. I think you're next. It's the page down, yeah.
Okay. Next, you have the Department of Public Works, Van Dominic Ocampo, your Director of Public Works. So our mission at the Department of Public Works is to maintain and repair city infrastructure in an efficient and cost-effective manner while providing a high level of customer service and a safe work environment for residents, visitors, and employees. We not only maintain the city streets, storm drains, parks, playfields, and trails, but we also establish programs for the improvements of these facilities. We are also charged with providing city departments with safe and reliable means of transportation, use of facilities, and equipments. The Department of Public Works is made up of two divisions. The Engineering Division, which handles the capital improvement program of the city, and as well as the current development reviews. It's also charged with maintaining all of our maps and other infrastructure. The Field Services Division is they deal with the maintenance of the infrastructure. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Yeah, for the coming year,
Okay.
Assistant City Manager Hines will help because what we did was we worked with him towards the realignment and some of the reasons why. So he's going to provide the explanation to that.
Thank you, Director Ocampo. So I wanted to chime in on this particular slide because what you're seeing with Public Works is sort of the implementation of our effort to ensure that the special revenue funds and the capital project funds are utilized, or the work that the general fund does for these funds is accounted for in a more concise manner. And so what we've done here is there were previously some staffers that were dedicated to various other funds. And so what we preferred to do was bring some of those staffers back into the general fund, and then as those staffers do work for those other funds, we charge out their time. And so instead of having those staffers dedicated to those funds. And so that's part of it. Okay, and I'll take questions in a second. And that's part of it. There's also some realignment of expenses as well. And so that's why the increase. Okay? And I believe there's a question.
Can you tell?
Yes, ma'am.
I am only baffled, and you would have no way of knowing this, but Van might. Didn't we do this before? How did they get back in the funds?
Well, previously what had happened is that some of the staffers were just directly charged. Like, for example, we have a portion of an engineer's salary charged to your capital improvement fund, which is Fund 22. And actually, one of our engineers is also charged to Fund 16, which is your NPDS fund. So what we have done now is we have brought them back into the general fund, and then as they work on a particular project associated with that fund, in their timesheet, they will record the number of hours, and that will be transferred back.
I completely get it, but I thought we did this some years ago.
Not all of them. What we did was we did that for some of the funds that are heading towards the red, which is like, Fund 9 and...
We didn't do all of them.
We didn't do all of them.
We should have done all of them. Good job.
And so what you'll see over the next two budget cycles is that we will be doing all of them. Okay?
I thought they were all done. That's why I was looking puzzled. Okay.
So that's because I know we see that bump, and that's always a question, and I wanted to make sure that I got that out there early. But frankly, this allows us to have better accountability over all of the other funds outside of the general fund.
That's the point.
Okay. So highlights for the current year, 2014-2015 for the Public Works Department. We have the completion of the Linamar Boulevard paving project, the completion of the school crosswalk project. This is a project that we worked together with the school district. It was just completed last month, And we're going to have a, simple ceremony commemorating that. This particular project was actually completed within budget, and also it was done through a grant with the Safe Routes to School, and the matching fund was provided for by the school district. Next, we have the Pacifica Community Weekend Shuttle, which will continue to serve the Devils Light, not only this year, but next year. Then we have the successful implementation of the beach parking paid program. I just want to say that we do get a lot of compliments regarding the presence of the rangers and how they, ensure that all the restrooms and the trails are clean, especially with also some of the violations there being committed. Right. We also have the completion of the trash capture device project. And then what's currently going on is the project that we have at 380 Esplanade. It's a lateral drain project that is part of the 2010 Calima disaster. We're hoping to get that thing completed prior to the end of the fiscal year. So what to expect for the upcoming year? So we will continue with the preparation for the construction of the Palmetto Streetscape program. Staff just recently submitted a grant in the amount of an additional $2.9 million with the Active Transportation Program, ATP. If we are successful to get that, that would complete the funding required, which means that we are not only going to do phase 1, but all the way to phase 3. So that additional 2.9 will, so let's keep our fingers crossed. Again, the grant was submitted last June 1st.
Tell me what I need to do.
It is a very competitive grant because it's statewide, but we'll find out what can be done. Okay. Next, we will continue to support Caltrans towards the completion of the Route 1 San Pedro Creek Bridge and creek widening. This project is scheduled to be completed this year, and we're very excited about it. According to the current, and I want to emphasize that, current schedule of Caltrans, traffic is supposed to be shifted back on the highway by October of this year. Yeah. And could be earlier. That Caltrans is very conservative when they come with schedule. Next, we have the completion of the design of the Milagro on-ramp project, and when you say completion of design, that would include the submission to Caltrans for an encroachment permit towards the construction of the project. If I may add to that one, we also send a letter of intent to the Transportation Authority, and we are trying to put together the grant application for the Merritt Drive overcrossing, widening, and signalization, which this is a component of that. As I mentioned earlier, the Devil's Slide Ride, which is the weekend community shuttle, will continue, through fiscal year 15-16. And then we have the completion of the pavement condition survey. If council will recall, I did report to council that we received a grant from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, where a company was hired by them to do a survey of the streets of Pacifica. We did have our kickoff meeting, and we have expressed with the consultant that they are going to make a presentation before the council on the conditions of our streets. Along with that survey will come a recommendation. So, it will provide various scenarios that council can choose. The scenarios that will be provided is not just limited to that. You can actually create various scenarios because there's a software that runs them. And just to manage expectation, we don't really have any paving projects for this coming year.
Managing expectations. Question, Van, who did you submit the $2.9 million to?
It was submitted straight to Caltrans. It's a state grant, so it's not through SECA.
Agency. What agency?
Caltrans. Yeah. ATP, there's a staff person at CCAG that helps with that or coordinates that, and that's Ellen Martin.
So next up, we have Director Grom from wastewater.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Urine and Pro Tem Degree and council members. My name is Dave Grom, and I'm the Director of Wastewater, and I'm here to present the wastewater budget. So the mission for the wastewater department is committed to maintenance and operation of the Clara Creek Water Recycling Plant, sewer lift stations, and storm water drainage pump stations in accordance with state law and federal law in a cost-effective manner to prolong the life of the collection system, infrastructure, and transport waste to point of treatment without disruption or overflows while meeting the needs of our citizens. The wastewater department has 3 divisions. Operations, which is responsible for the operations and maintenance of the Clara Creek Water Recycling Plant. Collections, which is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the collection systems and pump stations. And engineering, responsible for the development of capital improvement projects for wastewater department, engineering support to operations and collection divisions. This next slide, I'm going to turn over to Lorenzo.
So this is the spending plan for the wastewater treatment plan and our plant. And so what we're going to see here on this slide is this is Fund 18, which is their operations fund. And then the next slide we'll see is Fund 34, which is their capital replacement fund. The one thing that I want to bring to your attention here is the increase in plant operations and maintenance between 2014-15 and 15-16. The bulk of that increase is the addition. You'll notice down at the bottom that the the FTE count went from 25 to 26. We are adding a plant manager to help Director Grom carry out the magic that he does. And so that accounts for the bulk of the increase. There are also a number of other items in that increase, but I wanted to just make sure you knew what the big number was that was driving that. The other, oh, I'm sorry, Dave, can you go back?
Go back. How do you go back?
The other thing, as we transition into Fund 34, you see that there is a transfer that 18 makes to Fund 34, and this is a typical transfer that they do on an annual basis. And basically, monies are transferred out of 18 into 34 for capital installation of capital items. And as you can see, for 2015-16, the actual amount of the transfer is to be determined. And let's go to the next slide. And this is the Fund 34 slide, and as you can see, the expenses from 2014-15 to 2015-16, and you'll see under the cost recovery, and these are all of the revenues that we are anticipating to support that $7.2 million. And you'll also notice there's $5.9 million there that also has a to be determined next to it. And what we are sort of waiting for, and it's not so much waiting for, is that a decision regarding the EQ basin. It is such a large capital investment, and we know that that $5.9 million is going to be some combination of fund balance from 18 and additional financing. And we'll have a better handle on what that composition is going to be when we have discussion about the EQ basin and a final decision. And then wastewater will know what it needs for 2015-16, because the EQ basin expenditures for 2015-16 are basically that $1.2 million that you see up there at the top. However, there will be expenses in 16-17 that they may need fund balance for. And they don't really know the amount of those expenses yet until we have that discussion. And so we're, okay. Yes, ma'am.
So when's the date on the consent decree? When are we supposed to have this thing?
January 2019, is that?
Okay.
Okay?
All right, I'm just worried.
So we're okay. We're okay. We're just trying to do this the right way. And
I get it, I get it. I
yes.
just wanted to.
So I wanted to just.
Forget those dates.
Okay. So I wanted to bring just those couple things to your attention. But Dave, you can take it from here.
Okay. Okay, accomplishments for 2014-15. Replace 12,000 linear feet of sewer mains at the south side of Lindemar, at Lower Lindemar. Since 2010, over 39,000 linear feet of sewer mains were replaced. Completed the Lindemar pump station generator replacement. Completed the supplemental environmental project lateral program as ordered by the cease and desist order. Installed a new 9,000-gallon fuel tank at the Clara Creek Water Recycling Plant. Highlights for 2015-16. Addition of plant manager responsible for operation and maintenance of the Clara Creek Water Recycling Plant. Replace 11,000 linear feet of sewer mains at the northeast side of Lower Lindemar. Replace and upgrade approximately 10,000 linear feet of sewer mains at Pedro Point neighborhood. And construct the thermophilic aerobic digestion modification phase 2 project.
You say that 3 times fast, Dave.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dave.
Install a new centrifuge at the Clara Creek Water Recycling Plant. That's
Very good. I believe there was a question regarding accomplishments on 2014-15, did I?
Yeah, I had a couple, but it's okay, I could wait till.
Okay, well, you can ask him.
Just one other thing, just about the sewer mains, how many more feet of sewer mains do we have left to, do we have any goal in terms of when we'll finally get all those replaced?
This is replacing all the sewer mains. This is a 20-year project.
Yeah.
Okay, 20 year, right.
We have a long way to go. It sounds like a lot of feet, and
Like 90 miles.
but we are starting with the worst neighborhoods that would have been identified by our sewer master plan.
Right.
So we're trying to fix those.
Do that out.
And so now, in terms of the timeline for the equalization basin, we're talking getting that, so we're making the decision on that in July.
Right. Yes. Right.
And then what would be the timeline for that equalization basin project to go forward?
The completion of that would bring us up to a few months before that, Maria?
Depending on the site, it's going to be.
A few months before the 2019 date, yeah.
All right.
That's why I'm getting worried. Okay.
Okay, that's good.
So we'll be bringing alternatives before council in July, and we'll hopefully have a good discussion about that, and you will let us know which direction you want us to go, and we'll go forth and do that. Okay?
Great.
Sir. So we're going to talk about the Parking Enterprise Fund up next, and let's see if we can get Van and Michael and Chief Steidel here, just in case there's any questions. This is a fairly new fund. We've got some growing pains, but we've got some victories as well. So we've got our 2014-15 projected. Now, unlike the other slides, I've actually gone in, and I think as of the end of April, based on the activity that I've seen, projected out what I thought 14-15 would look like. And then you also see the column for 2015-16. So as far as our revenues, we had budgeted $557,000 for revenues and $557,000 for expenses. Right now, our revenues are sitting at about $502,000, at least that's my projection. As far as the expenditure categories, we're sitting at this point in time, I was projecting $440,000. However, you see the asterisk there. We had some mid-year implementation of our citation processing cost. So some of those costs ended up going into the PD's budget until we were able to pull them out. And so at the end of the year, we're going to make an adjustment, and so that $10,500 will probably go up to about $40,000 because we don't want the PD to have to absorb those costs. It just wouldn't be right. So we still anticipate that there will be a fund balance at the end of the year, and so we're keeping our fingers crossed. The other thing is Director Ocampo had salary savings this year because he had a vacancy with one of the ranger positions. So he was able to keep his personnel costs down just a bit. He ended up having to pay overtime to cover some of those things, and of course, that's more expensive. But this is the way the story is for 14-15. 15-16, we're projecting revenues of $540. As part of that fee schedule, there was a $2 increase in the annual passes, so it went from 65 to 67. That was based on the CPI. And I also ran the CPI against the hourly parking and as the daily fees, and the rounding ended up putting us right back where we were, so I left those fees alone. I only like to round, I don't like to round up. If it goes up by itself, great. If it doesn't, then it stays the same. So that's where we are for 2015-16. Again, this is the second year of this fund, and that's why I brought the brain trust here to my left in case there were any questions. One of the issues that we're going to, or that we're getting ready for as far as our fund balance, is the replacement of the machines down at the parking lot that collect the fees. They are, like everything else in Pacifica, subject to rust and corrosion and salt air, and so we anticipate having to replace all of those. Van, what was that date? Was it?
The lifespan is about 3 years, so we're on the second year, so 1 more year.
Okay. So we're trying to, how should I say, store away as much general fund as we can, not general fund, but as much fund balance as we can for that rainy day. And so that's the Parking Enterprise Fund.
So what, I'm sorry, I probably missed
Yes,
it,
ma'am.
but the utility expense, what did you say about that?
Yeah, I didn't say anything about it, so very good, very good. The utility expense is the amount of water that's being used down in the beach facilities, so maybe Van can give us a little more insight?
Currently, because the wastewater treatment department owns or runs the pump station, they're running out of 1 meter and they pay for it. And as you know, showers are being used, the toilets are being used. So what we're going to do as part of this year is to install a water meter. The estimate that you have there is based on what we feel is like the consumption of the surfers or whoever is using the restroom.
Oh, I see. And so now we have, in 2014-15, we have a $62,000 just between the difference between revenues and expenditures.
Right.
There is some money in that.
There is some money there, but I'm going to be keeping my eyes on the citation processing cost and to see what that does. So
And I did have a question about the parking citations. So
Okay.
Is that considered relatively high, or is that expected in terms of the site? I don't know if you can address that, but I do get concerned about making sure that our signage and everything's appropriate, so people understand that there's parking charges there. So the question, yeah, go ahead. The question is basically, is that a reasonable expectations of parking citation fees? And do you think we're doing everything we can to allow people to acknowledge that they're charging fees?
So Chief, let me jump in here. We looked at, one of the big questions I had coming in, being the new guy, is the citation level enough? Is it too high? Is it too low? And what we're trying to do is curb behavior. And we're at the point now where the number of citations is starting to trail off, which tells me that it's at a point now where behaviors are changing. People are, I don't want to say ignoring the signs, but they're adhering to the rules down at the beach. And so as far as I think we are concerned, we kept the citation level the same. Didn't feel the need to raise it because clearly the behavior is changing. And next year, if it continues to trail off, then we'll have to look at that level again. Okay? I hope did that answer?
Yes.
Okay. Yes?
So many.
You have a light.
Oh. Mayor Pro Tem Degree?
Question about parks. So come to my attention that, for example, the small park at where Westview used to be, Westview School used to be in the Fairmont area, that it's getting rusty, et cetera. So how do we deal with that?
Let me look to the panel here.
Let me ask. I could ask again.
Yeah, we're talking about the one by Fairmont, right?
Could you clarify where? Do you know, like
Well, the one I'm
Westview
I'll
neighborhood,
start off with,
or
I think it's the one. Remember when I guess it was the school district,
West Fairmont,
former
Westview School
site?
So now there's a.
Yeah. That park is actually privately maintained. It's privately maintained by the homeowners association. However, it was designed in such a way that members or residents of the existing community can also utilize that park.
Existing community, meaning that community.
Like the residents of Glenport, Cabanoff, and whatever.
So I'm hearing that it's not kept in good repair. So getting rusty, and that there are no other walkable parks in that area, and the school keeps its yard locked. So
That's true.
What we can do is we can we can reach out to the homeowners association to make sure that they maintain it properly. But again, that's a privately maintained park.
And then for any of our small parks, are they evaluated on a regular basis, and does PB&R do that, or who does that?
No, actually, we have personnel that are trained for inspecting our parks, making sure that they're safe.
Okay, thank you. That was one question.
Councilmember Neihardt?
Yeah, sorry. I just want to go back to these grant applications because those, of course, pique my interest. We used to get them, that's why I'm, particularly, because this is the first time I'm hearing about it. Did those grant applications go in with letters of recommendation?
Yes, and actually, there's a letter of recommendation signed by the school district and also by our city manager.
And the Chamber of Commerce.
And the Chamber of Commerce as well.
Okay, I'll take it offline, but I have other, we're talking about the 2.9.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember, if there are any additional letters of support, we can certainly, supply them. Add them to the application. The deadline is basically just on the application, answering all the questions that are necessary for them. There's certainly no action has been taken yet. So if there are any letters of support, they can still really follow the application. And they were submitted both to, I just want to be clear, I did mention MTC and Caltrans. It's just that MTC may have not come out through the mic, but it is MTC and Caltrans.
That's what I thought. This had to be bigger money, and yes,
It was MTC and Caltrans, sir.
Either Jerry Hill or Kevin Mullen could weigh in on this nicely for us, so I'll follow up.
Mayor Pro Tem Degree?
Let's go to the shuttle, the commercial shuttle, Devil Slide shuttle. So there have been concerns about that. Are you familiar with that, and what are we doing about it?
In terms of the shuttle, there are various concerns. I hope that what I'm going to say answers your question. There is a concern about the service provider. And what we have done is we have expressed our concern with the Transportation Authority. In fact, we just attended a meeting. There was the Transportation Authority is actually changing vendor. There'll be a separate company or different company that will be providing the service. They invited us, communities, and we are represented in a meeting, and that's where we made follow-ups on concerns, issues that we have. And we were assured by the new service provider that whatever not so pleasant experience we had before is going to change.
Oh, that's good. Also, I don't know if you know this, but it seems to me when we talked about this, we extended it to the senior center behind Good Shepherd Church because of the hill. Now, I've seen the shuttle stop numerous times, does not go up to the senior center. It does not go up, which was...
Correct, and that's one of the things that we expressed with the service provider.
Yeah.
We are aware that, the reason why it does go all the way to that cul-de-sac is, so that the seniors will have an easier time, getting on board the shuttle. And
It goes up, but it goes in front of the church.
Right, it doesn't go to that cul-de-sac. There's supposed to be a
behind.
turnaround.
Yes, okay.
And during the initial run for this shuttle, they were told that they were supposed to go there. In fact, we keep telling them if we get complaints that they're supposed to do that. That's one of the beef that we shared with the Transportation Authority, and that's the reason why there are changing service providers.
So in signage, like as I sit here now, I know, because I frequent the Chit Chat on the pier, I know that there's a sign on the pole there, but that's a one-way street. So it's going south, the Beach Boulevard.
Okay.
Is going south. So when they return from the slide, where are they? Where do they stop? Is it by the bait store and Florrie's bookstore? Because I don't remember seeing any signage.
Oh, actually, the next stop will be at Clarendon already. So there's one.
They're returning, going back to the senior center.
If they're going to the senior center, they are actually on the Francisco Boulevard side.
Oh, okay.
So heading north, they are on Francisco, but heading south, they take Beach Boulevard. And the reason for that is the shuttle specifically is supposed to not compete with the service of Samtrans. That's why we have to pick a street that is not being traversed by Samtrans buses.
So signage is a little bit of a problem. Knowing where it is, the sign by the Chit Chat is noticeable because you're standing there. But I don't know about all the other signs.
Yes, and we hear that, and what we're going to do is, and during one of the meetings that we had with the coordinator at the Transportation Authority, we're actually going to make the signs larger, except that when you do that, the poles, there's a required clearance from the bottom of the sign. It's about 7 feet. So what we're trying to do is investigate how we're going to do that, because we're trying to produce a much bigger sign. It will be the same sign, but it will just be bigger in dimension.
All right, thanks.
Great. Good.
Oh, one more thing. When they come to evaluate the shuttle and whether we should continue to have it, money, of course, they won't ding us for our ridership because the service was so terrible.
Well, admittedly, the popularity of the shuttle was really high when the Devil Slide Trail just opened. But we're seeing a decline, and we're pointing that out to them that probably it's because of the not so pleasant experience that some of them are having with the driver. So we're using that as a reason why it should be extended for another year. And we're also open, if they have any suggestions that could make this ridership maybe a slight change in route, we're open to that. So we're working closely with the staff at the Transportation Authority to make sure that, we can make this thing more popular.
At this point, I don't think the seniors in the senior center by the church have a clue that it even comes there. So maybe some signage inside of the place?
We do have, we do have posters that, but tomorrow I'll make sure that some are handed over to the senior
thank
center.
you.
We'll do that.
I just wanted to hear a little bit about the trash capture device project, and so that's completed, and can you give me
Okay.
how many were installed, and
Well,
if you can kind of talk about that project,
Right.
is important in light of what just happened.
Okay. What we did is, as you know, the disaster of 2010 was only CalEMA funded, which means that 25% is not covered by CalEMA. They only pay for 75%.
Right.
What staff did was, because the requirement for the outfall at the 500 block, there was a requirement by the Coastal Commission for us to make sure that no trash gets into the ocean.
Right.
What we did was we installed trash capture devices at inlets that are tributary to that outfall. So using that as the match made it possible for us to reduce whatever expenditures we have in the Fund 38. We were just creative in doing that because it was a requirement of the Coastal Commission. That's why it can be considered as the match, and that's what we did.
Okay, great, thank you for that. And then one other question I have is, in terms of the paving on Lindemar, are there any plans going forward to you attempt to get additional grant funds for the remainder of Lindemar? I know we've been getting a lot of questions on that.
Yeah. Staff is always on the lookout for paving money. We always, go after any possible grant that's out there. And oftentimes, the grant that are available out there classifies the street where it's going to be placed. In the case of Lindemar Boulevard, because of the volume of traffic, it highly qualifies. So definitely, if we get a federal grant or whatever grant is out there, we will use that towards that remaining portion.
Right, great, thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to, we're done with this presentation, but I wanted to take a quick trip through agenda packet page 110 and 111. So I don't have a slide for this, but Director Ocampo and Chief Steidel, can you stay? And just in case any questions arise, what I wanted to do, this is the all funds list, and I wanted to take you through this list and just let you know if there's any highlights that I think you should be aware of. And we'll start with the general fund. And as you can see here, the estimated fund balance for 6/30/2015 is at $1.9 million. We're about to release our 2014 financial statements, and so that 1.9 represents sort of the part of the general fund balance that is available for. There's no reserves on that particular sum of money. And we're looking at the ending balance for the general fund also being at 1.9 million because the budget is balanced. It's a conservative estimate. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but for right now, I'm going to say the balance stays the same. Now, also part of the general fund balance, there are various reserves. And so these reserves are presented here just so you can have an idea of where they stand, what they are, and to give you an idea of, again, what's there. I'm going to come back to Fund 38. Fund 7, I just wanted to let you know, and Chief Steidel can pipe in on this. This is where there's funding there for our community services officers?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you?
Well, right now, we're doing this year with our with our Fund 7, our supplemental law enforcement services account funding. Similar to what we did last year, our priority was to get the 2 part-time community service officers positions continued. As you remember, last year, 14-15 fiscal year, we hired the 2 community service officers, and we're going to be paying their part-time salaries this year. Again, we hired them to be able to supplement our sworn law enforcement officers to perform non-priority tasks to free up our officers to handle more critical issues.
Okay. So there's some good news there. And as we move down the list, there is Fund 10, the Gas Tax Maintenance Fund. And we were actually the recipients of some good news. We have increased receipts were received during the 13-14 budget, and we actually exceeded our revenue budget in that fund. So that was good to hear. And so Director Ocampo has scheduled the expenditures out of that fund, and we worked with him on scheduling the revenues. The next fund is Fund 16, and the only thing that I just wanted to highlight is Fund 16 is part of our policy of the transfers in that I mentioned earlier. So there were personnel costs in Fund 16. We have done our best to move most of them out, and again, those costs are sitting in the general fund, and they will be reimbursed on a project basis. The Housing in Lieu Fund, Parking in Lieu Fund, and we're going to talk about all of those in our next presentation, but I wanted to at least highlight the Park in Lieu Fund, and that $25,000 that you see as an expenditure is also a scheduled transfer to the general fund based on any work that Director Ocampo's staff does for the Park in Lieu Fund. It may not be 25, it may be 20, it may be 15, but the only way that money gets drawn down is by proof that work is being done for that fund. And so that's our policy right there. That's how we control the expenditures. Yes,
It was a little, I was confused or concerned about this because we currently have a deficit and then
Yes.
we got extra revenues, but it still leaves us with a deficit taking the $25,000 out. So I had concerns about why we were taking that $25,000 out when we still had to address the deficit.
Understood, understood. And one of the reasons we moved the salaries out, again, so we can control the spending in this fund. And so in order to draw down that $25,000, we've got to really show that work's being done for that fund. So it may not be 25 when it's all said and done. And so that's a measure that we've taken to control the expenditures in these funds.
Thank you.
The excess ERAF funds. Now, you see that there's no expenditures currently programmed out of that fund, but I wanted to make sure council understood, we got your directives earlier this year. And so we know what needs to be done with those funds. They merely haven't been scheduled as far as the work and the timing of the expenditures. When that schedule is developed, then we will program the expenditures and be back here for spending authority. Okay?
Right.
But it's still there. Street construction fund, nothing.
Want me to explain that?
See anything you want to say about that?
No, the streets construction fund is the 22.5% that we receive from Transportation Authority based on that Measure A.
Yeah. Highway 1 Improvement Fund, anything there, Van?
And that,
Yeah, I was-
wait,
I'm sorry.
and that's all we get right now that's automatic, right?
That's correct.
I mean, that's kind of important. Sorry.
And can I chime in on there too? Van, you said a few minutes ago that we're not having any street paving. So maybe you could say a few words about what we are using this fund for, since it looks like it should be for street paving.
What are you talking about? Which fund are you speaking of?
309,
Okay.
street
Yeah,
construction
streets
fund.
construction fund. Yeah, the street construction fund is, basically, it is used to support salaries of our street crew, the repair potholes and all stuff, including purchase of asphalt for doing so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good, very good.
And fund that was,
The Highway 1 fund is, this is the fund that we use to pay for the construction-related activities with the Highway 1 bridge. However, any expenditures that we make out of this, what we do is we seek reimbursement right away from the Transportation Authority. That's the reason why you will see that. In fact, one of the things that we're doing right now is we're keeping track of the hours spent by one of our engineers, and we'll try to recover that as well from the Transportation Authority.
so we had transfers in of 8.7, and then transfers out of almost the same.
Almost the same, because it's a reimbursement basis. The only thing is, you will have a project or, like what I said, staff time is what we're anticipating if we,
I was also curious about the General Capital Improvement Fund, where those funds came from and what was spent, the $427,500 and expenditures of $272. Specifically, we still have a deficit in that fund.
Right, and we have purposely kept the expenditures down in that fund to ensure that they are far below the revenue total. Now, part of that revenue, part of those revenues is that 427, part of that is 75,000 that comes in for the remediation of frontier land. And then the rest is just various revenue sources for capital improvement. And I'm going to speak to 22 and 38 when we're all done. I just feel I need to.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
I need to have.
And so in terms of the
Okay.
frontier land remediation,
Yes, ma'am.
so can you tell me, so I noticed it says there's 1.3 million ending, but there wasn't before, correct?
Right.
So
Well,
if you can just go over what that fund is.
Yes.
And what it's, where we get the money from and.
okay. As far as the fund itself, can you give me a little history there?
right, what it is money that's being collected from the garbage company because they used to use that as a dump site.
Okay.
That's
But
why.
we're still getting the 75,000
Yes.
annually?
And so as part of their, I'm sorry.
Are we getting that now? Because I thought that was part, okay, good.
Yes. As
Good.
part of the agreement, we are still receiving $75,000 a year from Recology.
Because it's very likely that we may have to do something with methane gas or something.
Yeah, correct. In fact, there's a project listed there. The expenditure that you will see for $350,000 involves paving what is right now the dirt parking lot. And if you, and by paving it with asphalt, then it makes it impermeable, which means that you lessen or you reduce the amount of water that will infiltrate it. Okay? That will decrease the leachate,
And so that's the 350,000 that was taken out?
No, not taken out, that is budgeted for next year.
Okay, all right. And so all of that money comes over the years
Mm-hmm.
from the garbage?
That is correct.
We just haven't spent anything as of yet, probably, because this is many,
Well,
many.
we've had to spend,
We had spent some before, and but there's a long period of time where we didn't do anything. That's why it accumulated this much.
Okay, perfect.
So I wanted to just make sure that I broke it out. And last year, the deficit was rightfully broken out. But I wanted to at least give you the other side, because this particular fund has a reserve that's sort of split in two. There is a undesignated reserve, which is sitting in a negative right now. And that's what we report out, because that's the big issue. But then there's a reserve that sits at 1.364 million. And so if you look at the financial statements for this fund, it actually nets to a positive, a very small positive. And so what I wanted to do was extract those out so you can see where the trouble is and the fact that the remediation money is there.
Right.
And so what I am hoping to propose to you before the end of this budget cycle and for implementation in 15-16 is that we take the remediation funds and pull those into a separate fund by itself. Call it Fund 23, 27. All right, we'll figure out what fund to give, what number to give it.
Numbers left.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so we'll figure out. But what I'd like to do is put it in a separate fund. There's more clarity, there's more transparency, and the question as to where it is it'll be pretty clear. It's right there in that fund. So we'll be coming back with a proposal if council's willing to entertain it.
That's great.
But I wanted to make sure you saw these funds. So let me get through, if there are no questions, no more. Yes, sir.
Yeah, there is a question. So, last year's budget, well, the current year's budget, right, that finishes up June 30th, the reserve for the frontier land is, basically comes down to zero. Okay? And now, in the new budget, we're starting out at 1.3 million. How did we do that?
Because last year, we reported the problem side of the fund balance.
Yeah.
Because that was the issue that council needed to see. You needed to see that 1.2, 1.1 million that was a negative, undesignated fund balance. That was the issue.
And separate the two.
Right. Now, the fact that we didn't show the remediation last year, I mean, I can understand it because it's not really an issue. The issue is the 1.1 million.
So that's combined with what?
I'm sorry?
Outstanding loan obligation.
No. So in last year's budget, current year.
Yes.
It shows.
Zero.
Well, it shows zero for an ending balance of the frontier land remediation. Shows $1,091,000 for the general capital improvement fund, a deficit, and it shows 2.2 million deficit for the obligation to Fund 09.
Right.
Okay.
So what I wanted to do after I got through all the other funds, I wanted to come back to 38 and 22, and we'll have more discussion, because I understand that is a major area of sensitivity. But I want to make sure, because I'm an accountant and I like to feel complete. So let me get through the rest of these, and we'll come back, okay?
Great.
We're almost done. Fund 40, and again, this is dinner party conversation, so if you're out, people are going, hey, tell me about your debt service fund. You'll be able to say, we have an appropriation of 4.1 million every year, and so all of the debt from all of the other funds flows into this fund, and this fund pays off all of our bonds and all the outside debt. Roy Davis Trust Fund, I believe that's administered by Director Perez, and it's a agency fund or a trust fund, and we can only touch the interest.
I did have a question about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Why do we only have $350 in interest when you have?
Because Lorenzo was being conservative with the amount of interest that we're actually going to get.
Okay.
And because,
Good answer.
yeah, because, because we're seeing interest rates of 0.1 or 0.05. And so if it comes up to more than 350, trust me, I'll be the one jumping the loudest. But for right now,
And we can't put that into some, I mean, just.
yeah.
May I chime in?
Yes.
So the Roy Davies Trust Fund, it is, just as Lorenzo said, with one caveat, and that is, the principal can be spent, but it takes, I believe, 4 of the 5 of you to approve those expenditures.
Yeah.
And we have done that in the past, and Mike can speak to it better than I can, but I believe we did a roof repair at the community center, and there have been some other capital projects. But it does take the 4 out of 5 of you to vote in favor of that.
Okay. Yeah.
But where is it invested?
Yeah,
Is
that's
it
what-
LAIF? Is it LAIF? Oh, and the interest rate is horrible.
It's very, very low.
Yeah, because that's what most of our, like our TA money, our CCAG money, all of that
there's Mike, I
stuff,
didn't see him.
it's required, yeah.
Well, I wanted just one correction to what City Manager Tinfo said, was that the money that we used for some capital projects in the beginning was not part of the principal. It was additional money that was given at the time of the so we didn't just get $3.45 million. We got $3.45 million and some other money. So I want to say 2007 is about when we got it. We were able to do some capital improvement projects right away, and that was not the interest. The interest is abysmal, and we probably got $1,800 last year, maybe. It's less than $200 a month. And prior to the stock market crash, there was a month where we made like $16,000 or $17,000 in 1 month. So it's really a huge difference. But Lorenzo could probably speak more to it, but there are a lot of limitations about what a city can invest in. And so just like if you look at your bank account and the interest that you're getting there, which is probably pretty bad, that's what we're getting. So.
Thank you for that.
All right. So now we know 4 out of 5 of you.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. So then we move to the enterprise fund. So we heard about Fund 18 and Fund 34 earlier. Just wanted to mention that with the estimated ending fund balance that you see, that there's a $21.458 million. A lot of folks see that big number and think, wow, wastewater treatment is just rolling in the dough. But of that amount, of the vast majority of that number represents capital, the capital investment of the wastewater treatment plant.
Right.
So I just wanted to make sure that that's out there. We talked about the Beach Parking Enterprise Fund.
Just a minute, Lorenzo.
Yes, sir.
Once again, I got a question.
Yes.
Comparing the fund balance from the end of the current fiscal year and the start of the next fiscal year.
Right.
And they're vastly different.
So what two numbers are you comparing, sir?
Okay. So for Fund 18, I've got 10.8 million compared to 15.1, and Fund 34, I've got 3.9 million and 6.3 million.
Okay. And I just, I'm sorry? And I can look into that, but I can tell you from my perspective, my numbers are based on the financial statements that we're about to release. As far as where those numbers came from last year, I will have to do a little research. So what, in a short way, I'm telling you, I'm confident in the numbers I'm putting in front of you. Tracing it back to them, those numbers, we can do that. But for right now, I can take that 21.48 and trace that back into the financial statements that you're going to see here in a little while.
Okay.
Okay? So I wish I had a better answer for you, but I've been here 8 months.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that what, in both cases, these are estimated columns? we're
Yes.
comparing, and-
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Yes. So that's, that's the downside to estimates, but we try to get as close as we
Right.
can.
I know.
Yeah, but,
Yeah, I hear you.
there's $7 million difference.
I understand.
Yeah, okay.
I understand, but it's 7 million to the good.
That's good. Yeah.
And the last two, before we head back to before we head back to 22 and 38, are the internal service funds. And so these two funds are my summer project, and I need to make sure that all of these funds are recouping enough revenues to support their operations, and I'll also be looking at their operations, particularly the motor pool. So, but I wanted to let you know. So yes, ma'am.
Just as a point of clarification, you weren't doing the budget last year,
No.
and we were still digging out, trying to figure out what was going on.
Correct.
So how much does that play into some of the differences that we're talking about?
We'd be happy to look into it and get back to you with a better answer.
Okay. 'Cause
Just
we
as
have
a-
an entirely different crew practically
Yes.
presenting this. Okay, I just wanted to point that out.
And let me just comment on it if I can, and that is that Lorenzo mentioned he's been here 8 months. Cindy, you've been here, 2 months, I think? And basically, we have one person in finance who was here a year ago. It's been a complete turnover. So they're doing a wonderful job, all things considered.
Right.
And I do trust their competence and their experience. Between them, I think they have, how many years of experience do we talk about? So, yeah. So we are happy to dig into your questions and get back to you with better answers.
And this is a big discussion point, is how, going forward, can we ensure that the numbers that we are looking at will be consistent year after year, and I think that's what you are striving
Right.
so hard to do, and it's so important for council and the community to, you know, and you are not part of the, you know, what happened in the past, but we really need to have that consistency in numbers so everybody has faith in the information we're telling them as speaking to the choir, I'm sure.
Yes, ma'am. And for that very reason, this is why I and we tied as many of these estimates back to the financial statements. So we can directly trace, all right, here's where we were, here's what the statement said, here's our estimate of what's going to happen this year, and here's the estimate. So when I do these next year, I will go to the 2015 statements, and I'll do, so the same methodology goes on and on. So if I get hit by a bus and Cindy has to do it, she knows how to jump in there and take care of it. So it's all pegged to something that's tangible. And so anyone can go back and see what we've done. So let me talk about 38 and 22. Now, during our time here, Cindy and I, we have developed a historical record of all of the expenditures in these funds going back to 2007, 2008. So we've developed this historical record for 38 and 22. Because as accountants, we have this curiosity, what's going on here, what's driving this, and because we got to get our arms around this. So at this point, we've got our historical record of expenditures. We are now trying to match those expenditures up with related revenues in those time periods to see what wasn't covered. And then we'll be ready to tell a story. Okay, so that's what we're doing. But right now, I can tell you, we know what's driving it. But we're also trying to figure out, all right, there were revenues here. What were those revenues for? And why don't we match those? Because what we have to ensure is that we're not due any revenues. And if we find that we're due, we will proceed aggressively to make sure we get those revenues in. But we won't know that. And I can't promise that we're going to find that, but we're going to be looking, okay? But
Or that we can get those.
Probably at some future discussion, when we're ready to present, okay? So we're confident that we've ferreted out as much as we can ferret out. You've got an active CPA in front of you. You've got an inactive CPA next to me.
Right.
Okay? And the number that Lori mentioned as far as years of experience is north of 60 between the two of us. So we're comfortable that we at least can sort out what's going on here. And then once we figure out what's going on, then we've got to come up with a plan. I think that was part of the council priorities to solve this. So we're going down that road. Now, with the disaster accounting fund, again, we've dissected those expenses. Typically, in cities that I've seen and been in, that disaster accounting fund sits as a reserve somewhere in the general fund, because sometimes those expenses aren't reimbursable.
That's right.
FEMA will only give you so much, state will only give you so much, and the rest you've got to cover with the general fund balance. And from what I've been able to tell during my short time here, there wasn't a whole lot of general fund balance to cover these things. Meanwhile, we're sitting literally yards away from this very majestic and beautiful Pacific Ocean, but at the same time, it could be one of the most powerful forces in Mother Nature can unleash. And so we got to be ready. And I'll be frank with you, we have to be ready. And so that's what this disaster accounting fund, I see why we have it, because it breaks it out, makes it more transparent. I get it. But it's just a matter of being ready for any calamity that the Pacific may throw at us. So we have to be Yes, ma'am.
Right, and that's the difficulty with the disaster relief fund. You know, I don't want to see anything in the red, but what do you do when you don't have any money in that fund and you have a major emergency? So what was told to us before was it was typically these other sources, whether it was FEMA or, you know, all the different sources that would pay for things, would pay about 75%, and we'd be have to cover about 25%. And so I understand that all those other sources have provided money to that account, so what we see is probably pretty accurate there.
Okay. And all we want to do with our look-see at these expenditures is make sure that we're able to, that 75, that we got the 75.
Right.
And that the document says 75. If it says 85, then I'm gonna look for 85.
Well,
But,
this isn't a study.
sorry. What?
Nothing. I'm giving her a hard time because I keep turning my light on and.
She talks.
Okay, okay. So that's Fund 38. Fund 22, there is a loan that was made from Fund 9 to Fund 22 of $2.2 million. And so right now, you know, part of what Cindy and I do on our free time is we go through, we're right now into 2001, 2002. And it's not in our current accounting system. They're in books about this thick. And trying to figure out, all right, what happened here? And what's driving this? Now, granted, this loan was made in 2003, but we're still trying to, at least trying to get some context for why it was done.
So you just have no idea yet?
We're getting there.
Okay.
All right, we're getting there. Right, we're getting there, but we're not going to bring anything before you that isn't baked.
All right.
Yep.
Okay? So I understand. So I understand you want to know, but again, I need to bring a total picture to you when we bring it to you. Okay?
Councilmember Nyhart, you have a question right now.
I wanted to make two statements, is what I wanted to do, is although that 2.2 sounds roughly familiar in some ways, but there's things that, what I appreciate about this and what John is asking about but has not sat through were the years of budgets where you couldn't do this. And we begged for this. So I thank you. That's number one. Number two, you will also find, and it's a tedious, laborious task, but it was one of the first things that the first year that I went through this awful cycle of the budget, asked to have every expenditure, when we did it as a council and approved it, it should be noted in the minutes what fund it came from and what fund it was coming from. It's a tedious task, but it might be worth a shot looking around that. Well, that we didn't do it. That was after 2009, but it was because of this, this particular issue. You couldn't tell what you were moving funds in and out of, and that was just, 2003 is well before me, but.
Oh, we do have a copy of a staff report from 2003 that shows this number as a loan. So that's why we can speak so confidently.
Great.
This is a loan from these two funds. It doesn't say what it was for, and it also doesn't offer a repayment plan.
But
There are 3 other loans on that same staff report between the general fund and other funds, and staff last year told me those have been repaid. So the only outstanding one is the one between 22 and 9.
And I just have a quick comment, and then I'll get you. So it's definitely, it was an approved transfer by the council, but it just doesn't say what the transfer was for.
It's a one-page staff report.
Okay.
And we'd be happy to bring that to you as well, just so that you can see
I would
that
like
for
to see
yourself.
that.
Yes.
Just
Yeah.
can do that.
Yeah, we'd probably all like to see that.
Oh, God, yes, I would.
Okay, Councilmember Keener.
Yeah, okay, so back to the Frontierland Reserve. I still can't wrap my head around this, and so help me out.
All right.
It looks like it's gained, $1.3 million.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the other two funds, if you will, and this has a different meaning than we normally, but the other two designations of money
Right.
for Fund 22 are broken out, and they're nearly identical, I think, yes, to last year. So what happened with the Frontierland remediation funds?
So, okay, at the risk of straying into an accounting lecture here, so please forgive me. Okay, please forgive me. Now, the components that you have here, you can typically find on a balance sheet. And I won't tell you the government name for the balance sheet, but we'll just go the balance sheet. So you're going to see the 2.218 million sitting in the liabilities section of that balance sheet. It won't be sitting it will influence the fund balance, but it won't be sitting in the fund balance. The 1.288 and the 1.364 sit in the fund balance. Those two figures represent the relationship or the difference in the relationship between this fund's assets and this fund's liabilities. So I wanted you to have some context. You've got numbers here which are in different sections of the financial statement. And the way we portray them here, because we're trying to make sure you see the issue, but the way they're portrayed here, it looks like they're all the same. But when in fact, the 2.18 actually drives the other two. And at the risk of getting too geeky, I'm going to stop there.
Councilmember Keener, maybe I think I know what you're getting at.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the sheet from last year's budget that looks like this shows a different number for the Frontierland remediation than what we're showing now by a considerable amount.
Right.
And I think it started off at 300 and something thousand.
Right.
Is that the number?
Yeah.
And then we thought we were going to be doing the paving that Van was talking about this current year. We didn't. So that's why we're showing that 350 as an expense. So we're going to do the paving this year. But going back to the starting balance, so I'm not sure that we know exactly why the number was a lot less last year. I do know that there was an issue with staff posting financial information in a timely manner. This happened with another fund as well, that the balance I first saw, and I shared with you all last year, then last fall it changed, the story changed. And so I think that may be an explanation for why it's such a different number, it may not have been posted appropriately.
Okay.
So-
So you're saying that this year's number is right?
I'm confident in this year's number.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
yeah, you should
Yeah.
be, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And when we go through this next year, you will see a number that, if there's no expenditures, should be $75,000 higher.
Be able to add and subtract
Yes.
and
Yeah.
get there.
Or it'll be close, it'll be in the ballpark,
Yeah.
and you'll know it's the same. But again, I'm trying to tie as much to the statements as I can. Okay? And if you look back on page 111, you'll notice that with those internal service funds, I combine them all.
Yeah.
Because our statements combine them all, and it provides a better trail for me as far as coming up with those balances.
Yeah.
Okay? So again, I just wanted to let you know, we have dug into it, and we have the historical record. We're trying to get a story here that is cogent from start to finish, and it includes that staff report with some recommendations. And I will let you know that some of the best practices I've seen from the cities I've been in is whenever there's an interfund loan, there's always in the minutes a why.
Mm-hmm.
What happened? Why do we need the loan? When's it going to get paid back? Make sure the amortization or the repayment schedule is in the ordinance. In this case, the resolution. The interest rate is compatible, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? It's reasonable, but there's always a discussion as to why.
And so do you think it's valuable or worthwhile for us to have a policy in place that says we must have a repayment plan in our, anytime we do any sort of borrowing from, everybody seems like they obviously know it. It seems obvious to do something like that, but I think we do need it.
We'd be happy to draft something if the
Sure.
council is interested in that and bring it back to you. And yeah, it is kind of an obvious thing, but sometimes that's a good thing.
Right.
And so we can draft something for you to consider.
That's an excellent suggestion, Mayor.
Well, you just made it, so.
This goes back 4 city managers at least, right?
The 2003, yes, that's how I count them, yes.
Okay.
So I just wanted to speak to 38 and 22 and to let you know that we are trying to piece together the history here. And we recognize the sensitivity of this. We've got to figure out a way to correct these things and to figure out a way to pay them back. And so that's what we're doing.
Right.
Okay? Council has mandated that we do that, and so that's what we're doing.
Good.
And so therein completes my report on the budget, if there are no further questions.
At least I can follow it. I said at least I could follow it.
Oh, right. So.
This is happy
No.
camper.
And this is just, we're not voting on this yeah. So, one of the questions that I had is just, of course, how do we ensure, and you were addressing that in your discussion, that this doesn't ever happen again, and things that a council or a community can look for, whether it was the way the numbers were presented, or you mentioned a few of those, but I would almost like to have some sort of sheet. You were talking about some of the things that you're putting in place to make things more clear to us, and because we can only work with the numbers that we receive.
Understood.
So I'm just wondering if we can get something that kind of gives indications for council and the community what to look for in a budget.
So the measures that we're putting in place
Right.
to ensure that we stay within parameters, yes. We can definitely draft that. But I can tell you right off the top of my head, there is a level of rigor that is part of this budget process, and the directors in the back will definitely attest to that. That there is a level of rigor that that is there and will be there, and so we'll be happy. We'll put the rest of the measures down for you in a memo.
Wow.
But it starts with the rigor. We've got to have discipline.
Right. Thank you very much for all the work that you're doing to clarify this. And one last question. I know that the public very often has come to me and said, why don't you do an audit? Would an audit be any different than, having people from outside come in and do an audit? And I'd just like to hear what your response to that is.
Well, my general feeling is that we're going to pay somebody to do the work that Cindy and I have already done, and that we're already doing. We're bringing in a new audit firm.
You work from the outside.
Huh?
I just want to point out that the whole entire finance department
Yes.
has completely, except for one person, been replaced.
Right.
So you are from the outside.
Yes.
Ostensibly, going forward, you're on the inside.
Right. But we recognize that this has become our home, but our home is in,
Disarray?
yeah, in some respects, and just these areas. But we've got to make sure home is okay. And sorry to put it in sort of those terms. So before we can get comfortable, we need to make sure this is right. Also, we will be coming before you with a contract for a new audit firm later this month. And so we've moved away from our prior auditors, and we're going with a new group of auditors. And typically, when new auditors start with a new client, it's, yeah, it's going to be a deeper level of diligence, because they need to make sure that we're okay, so they can feel comfortable in the numbers that we're providing to them. So between Cindy and I, and between these new auditors, I think the city's financials are going to get a good scrubbing. Okay?
Great.
And typically, we're not going to bring any numbers to you that we aren't definitely confident in. Okay?
Great.
All right? So we'll generate that memo. Can you make sure we... Okay.
Does anybody else have any other comments or questions? I just want to clarify that I haven't received any cards from the public, and that's why I didn't bring it out for questions.
Yeah, I have one more comment.
Sure.
And so I just want to echo or applaud or something your suggestion. I think that's great.
Yeah. Excellent.
Pardon
Okay.
me? No, Tom, I don't see Tom Clifford in the audience. Yeah, I think we've wore him out. Okay, so this is just to provide direction. You have the direction that you need.
Yes, I believe we do, unless you'd like to offer any final comments or anything else that we would want to know, so that we can bring this back to you on June 22nd. That is the date for adoption. And so we listen very closely for your feedback so we can make sure the final product reflects all your direction.
Okay, great.
I do have a clarification.
Sure.
For what the mayor suggested, do we have to also say that that should stay in a file?
You don't have to say that. I appreciate you bringing that up. What we will do is what we did with the other policy that the council adopted in 2013. We put it as part of the budget last year, and it will be part of the budget this year, and this new policy will be part of the budget as well.
So it follows every year?
Yes. And so you'll have a comprehensive document that has all the relevant parts to it.
Okay. Oh, sure.
Just one final thing on this. You know, we started putting policies in place with the reserve fund and some other things that we did, trying to get a handle on what I think I know that Julie Lancel and I sat and struggled with what we didn't understand and the responses that we got to those problems with not understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, you know, I don't want to say this with any, but hiring people that really can do the job that you're asking to do and have the credentials to do the job that you're asking them to do makes the world of difference. And I am seeing in what you have done as a city manager, Lori, and the people that you have brought in, that's exactly what we needed. And it is not you know, I'm glad you said, Karen, that councils are, and committees and all, gosh sakes, Congress is relying on staff. And the one thing we can do is find a good city manager to find us good staff.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're very welcome.
And that's the fix. That's, you can put in place all kinds of things, but that's the fix. So thank you.
I agree.
Yeah. And just on top of that, in addition to that, I just really want to thank staff. I know you guys have worked so hard and with so little and have done an amazing job, and I appreciate it so much. So with that, do you want to say?
Ditto.
Ditto, okay.
Ditto.
Right. Thanks.
Ditto.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I just want to look at what time, anybody have the time?
10:30,
Well, we're
10:40.
20 minutes to having to make a,
Okay, all right, let's see how we can do. So the next consideration, item number 6, overview of in lieu funds. And so this is a discussion item only. I just need a staff report when you're ready.
Lorenzo's passing out the
Exactly,
presentation.
oh, Lord.
Yeah, I have mine.
We still have the police? Yeah, that's the annual report. You wanna take a
Yeah,
break?
that's what we've been.
You know what, we're going to just take a 5-minute break.
Oh, shoot. There you go. I just wanted to bear on with it. I can't function after. I can't go this late.
Quick announcement that due to the lateness of the evening, we're going to delay the consideration item number 7, Pacifica Police Department Annual Report, until June 8th. So this coming consideration item, overview of in lieu funds, is our last item of the evening. And this is a discussion-only item again, and when you're ready, we'll have the staff report. Thank you.
All right, honorable members, Lorenzo Hines Jr., Assistant City Manager, here to present the in lieu fees overview. I have with me Planning Director Tina Wermeister and Public Works Director Van Dominique Ocampo. So as far as our authority, so the city requires property developers to provide for public capital improvements necessitated by development. Our code allows payment of in lieu fees of providing certain physical improvements at the discretion of the developer. So they can either provide the capital improvements or give us an in lieu fee in place of that improvement. We authorize the collection of in lieu fees in 3 particular areas. There's the parkland dedication fee, which we sort of nicknamed the park in lieu fee. The Rockaway Beach in lieu parking facilities, which we nicknamed the parking in lieu fee. And there's the housing in lieu fee. So let's speak to the parkland dedication in lieu fee. It was adopted in 1985, and it requires residential development projects to provide additional park, recreation facilities, or open spaces. And the amount collected by the city is based on the number of bedrooms in each unit of the project. And in certain circumstances, the developer can pay a in lieu fee of providing parkland. The Parkland Dedication Fund Balance, or Fund Condition Statement, as I like to call it, Fund 26. The balance is projected to be $34,996 by the end of 6/30/15. And so we started out with a negative fund balance of $104,856. We have revenues of $113,760. And we had expenditures of $43,900. And so we were able to bring that $104,000 deficit down to roughly $35,000. And so we will continue to budget expenditures far lower than revenues in this fund until that deficit disappears. The Rockaway Beach in lieu parking facilities fee. adopted in 1986. It established the parking impact fee and created the Rockaway Beach in lieu Parking Improvement Fund. The fund is a depository for fees dedicated to the construction of parking facilities and improvements within the redevelopment area of Rockaway Beach. The fee for payment of $3,000, and I believe the $3,000 was established by a AB 1600 report, which referred to a resolution from the redevelopment area as sort of the the origination of this $3,000. But right now it is $3,000 for each parking space required, but not provided physically for property developed in the Rockaway Beach area. This is the only geographical area where this fee is assessed. And so here's our fund balance. And as you can see, we started out with $21,000. There have been no revenues, no expenditures, and the balance will end at 6/30/15 at about $21,020. They'll probably be a little higher because we'll find there'll be some interest that will accrue to this, but it won't be much.
Can I?
Yes, ma'am.
Ask a question? How common is it to have this parking fee? Is it pretty typical? It's just interesting, it's the only area in Pacifica that has this fee. That was a redevelopment, that's
Yes, and I think it was all driven by the redevelopment agency.
Okay. All right.
But they are very common to have. Many, many cities have them, and Tina can probably speak to even more than I can.
Okay.
Yes, they are very common, particularly where the jurisdiction is looking to do public improvements for a parking district.
And what about the fee of $3,000? Is
Very uncommon.
Yeah, I believe that fee sounds low to me, is particularly if the plan is to build structured parking.
Uh-huh. I see. So that might be something we would want to look at.
So what would a fee, a reasonable fee be for structure parking?
You know, I'd have to do some research. I don't have a number for you. There's probably some jurisdictions that I can find have adopted fees recently for such improvements, and we can come back to you with that.
Councilmember Nyhart?
And I was just going to say, I mean, we got into this at one point talking about Palmetto and how to get more of a street front presence, because we were forcing parking onto all those lots by the way our ordinance was written, and that makes that hodgepodge look down there, instead of bringing it out to the street like a normal shopping district. And so we would have to do like in lieu parking somewhere, and people would then pay toward that.
Correct.
So we could do something like that in any area of town that we might be working on. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So it isn't just redevelopment, but that's where it got its start because of redevelopment. Yeah.
Any further questions for now? Okay. So that's our Rockaway Beach in lieu parking facilities fee. So now we speak to the housing in lieu. Adopted in 2007, it is formally known as the Below Market Inclusionary Housing Program. This program established the requirements for the provision of housing units for very low, and moderate income households in residential development projects of 8 or more units. And it provides for alternative means of complying with the requirements, including payment of an in lieu of providing the BMR unit. The in lieu payment for each BMR unit reflects the estimated cost to provide the BMR unit. It requires a resolution adopted by the City Council. It must be paid prior to the occupancy of the first market rate unit, and the fee determination is done on a case-by-case basis. The city has had one development move forward that opted for payment in lieu, and that development is Harmony at 1. The city contracted with First Home Inc. / Bay Area Home Buyer Agency to determine the appropriate in lieu payment. With the assistance of, I'm gonna risk it saying Baba.
It's Baba.
Okay. I guess I'll end up on YouTube later. The council adopted the following methodology for assessing the fee. So it's 15% of the planned housing units, or 1.8 times the estimated cost for one BMR unit, which was $191,000 for a total of $344,000.
I have a,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if anybody else wants to ask.
Go ahead.
Okay, just that 191,000, was that the cost of the below market rate unit once built, or the cost of the development to the contractor?
I'm going to look to my esteemed colleagues.
I believe that number came from BABA, that their study developed this price, this value, and then that's what we used to determine the cost.
So, but, right, so it was $191,000
It wasn't based
the
on our, it wasn't based on our project at all. It was based on their study of what BMR housing would cost.
I see.
Pacifica or Omaha?
Okay, so that's irrelevant.
We sort of had a reaction when we were talking about it that, wow, that seems very low. But it came from that study.
And that was in 2013, or?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you have?
Just point of clarification, you know, this stuff isn't just out of thin air. There's a lot of rules around how they figure it in the state of California, in the area you're in. You can't just make it up out of another state or an area that's less expensive. So they have to use certain figures and certain approaches. Yeah, okay.
And this Baba, or that is, it said it's a JPA of the 2 counties and 12 cities. Were those San Mateo County?
I believe so.
You know?
Initially, it may have been, it was in the Bay Area, but it may have been beyond San Mateo County.
It's all
Currently, they
90
do serve,
counties.
the entire Bay Area.
Okay. And so typically what all the other cities in
That's what they use.
the area are doing. Okay.
So when we take a look at the fund condition statement, I just wanted to note, and this was the last 2 points on the prior slide, that we had originally collected $344,000. However, there was a housing nexus study performed back in 2013, I believe, that cost about $14,300, and we used this fund to pay for the housing nexus study. And for 2014, council approved the use of this fund to pay for the housing endowment and regional trust membership for the city. And so the fund balance that we're projecting at the end of 6/30/15 is $319,000.
And Tina, could you talk a little bit about the Nexus study?
Sure, I can provide more information on the Nexus study. So that study is actually ongoing. It's participation with other participating jurisdictions in San Mateo County as part of the 21 Elements program. And what they've done is they've produced a methodology for calculating housing in lieu fees, or as well, that would be fees that would be placed on housing, as well as there's a methodology for actually commercial projects as well. And where that is currently is that there was a public draft issued of the methodology, and this month in June they'll be preparing the actual nexus studies for the individual jurisdictions. So they haven't done that yet, so we haven't seen what I guess what we could adopt in terms of nexus fees. And so once we get that, we'll be bringing back a report to council for consideration. So it is possible that, depending on what the council would like to do in the future, that you wouldn't have these case-by-case studies that there would be a fee on all either residential, commercial, or both development.
For, this one is for 8 units or more. Would it have that same criteria?
I think that you could reconsider the whole program and potentially have an impact fee on all types of development.
Right. Okay.
This is actually, I just wanted to say, one of the multiple projects that we've been involved in San Mateo County to standardize approaches to everything from the RENA numbers to this kind of in lieu fee. And so this is one of the ways that our county has been working together so well across the cities. So 21 Elements actually was award-winning in this past year, so it was a great project. And we just funded the Nexus, so good.
And so that completes our presentation for tonight. And if there are any more questions, we are open to those questions now.
Oh, Councilmember Nyhart, did you have a question?
No, that was the early one.
Are there any other questions? No, that's really helpful information. I don't have any cards from the public, so I'm not bringing it out to the public. So I'll come back for comments.
I was just looking up, do you know what the legislation is that sets our in lieu approach statewide?
Don't know.
That's what I was looking up. I know there's a lot of control about how these numbers get figured, so.
Mayor Pro Tem DeGree.
So I wonder if, I'm just curious, so looking at what happened in 2013 and what you know about in lieu, was that a reasonable result in 2013?
No, I think as the city manager mentioned, it sounded low to us, but, you know, I haven't gone back to second guess what you know, the methodology or what the decision was in 2013. I think that it's going to be very informative to get the Nexus report from this 21 Elements and then to move forward appropriately in the future.
And so that was talking, in 2013, was property also involved? If I'm reading this correctly, property as well as the acreage that was supposed to be used for a park, I believe, was not supposed to be a house, so, but that was involved as well, so wouldn't that give us more money? I mean, did we get what we were supposed to be getting, I guess is my question.
Well, there was a thorough analysis prepared and presented to the city council, and the city council accepted this fee. And so, as I just mentioned, I haven't gone back to second guess that decision.
I think that was my question, was did we actually get what we think we were getting? Because this sounds like it was for the development, the building, not including the land, the acreage.
So your question is if...
Did we really get what we were told we were going to get?
Right, with the 344,000.
Yeah, did that really cover everything that was supposed to cover?
The determination at the time was that this fee that was paid met the in lieu housing ordinance requirements.
Yeah. Okay. Do I have any other questions or comments?
Yeah.
Councilmember Keener?
So we didn't get any land from this either, right? I mean, this fee was to cover both the houses, the two houses, and the land. Is that right?
This fee is what the council at the time determined met the in lieu requirement as required under the ordinance.
Okay.
But it's assessed on the number of housing units. It's not assessed on the land. Is that what you're getting at?
Right, I think
Yeah.
at the time
Yeah,
that
it's-
it was
it's-
determined, we were told it has to do with the housing units, and I don't recall getting any information about acreage.
Yeah. I don't
It's
think
a
that's a
separate-
factor.
Right.
Yeah, it's just the number of housing units.
Right.
So, but, did anybody go back and listen? I didn't, which I should, because it seems to me that we did include all of that in what we were saying. That's why my question is, did we get what we thought we were supposed to get?
So you're, just so I understand, you're asking if in our actual ordinance, it had language pertaining to acreage, and
Yes, when we accepted it as reasonable, in our minds, it was the building and the acreage. Why would we just give up acreage?
I don't know. I just recall from the meeting that what the information I saw was talking about housing units and wasn't talking about acreage. It's nothing I saw, and it's not anything that I anticipated. I'd have to go back to the minutes and look at exactly what we were given in the staff report, but I don't think there was any
We did-
language about acreage that was provided to us in the staff report.
I know we collected a lot of documents, and I see Tina scanning through them to see maybe she has something that will help us, but my understanding is that in lieu housing fees are only assessed on units, not on land.
They are.
So,
I just read it in the ordinance.
I'm sorry, Matthew, maybe you know.
To very briefly, most zoning issues are exclusionary. They have to do with what you can't do with your land. You can't build it higher than a certain amount. You can't get closer than a certain amount to your property line. Inclusionary zoning, which is what an inclusionary ordinance is about, are things that you have to do with your property. So here, typically, there's a certain number of units that triggers the ordinance, and at that point, you have to build within your development a certain number of inclusionary units, below market rate units. The in lieu fee is a way to, as they say, fee out of the build requirement. So it isn't related to the acreage of the development, it's related to the number of units, typically.
This doesn't ring through to what I recall, but I didn't go back and look at a video, so I can't. Because this was a very different type of a development, where acreage was important as part of the development.
If I'm understanding staff correctly, that there was a number that everyone came to that was the amount that would offset the inclusionary requirement, and that amount was received, I believe. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So in that sense, it sounds like the city did get what it thought it would get. It got the amount that they bargained for.
I'm still seeing something different, though.
And the analysis that I'm just looking through here, I don't see any discussion of property cost or acreage.
And so I'm just going to add this in here, what we've been giving, and I don't know if you got this from Mr. Clifford. He came and he has something, it says, Planning Commission Staff Report, October 15th, 2007, and in it talks about acreage. And it's nothing I was given or saw in 2013 when I was, so I think that's where I think it might be helpful for you guys to have this, just to make a determination of whether or not this should have been modified in any way. I think it's a good question.
Yeah, because in here it even says land dedication.
And I think that's where people are confused. It'd be nice to get clarification.
Because I don't understand how we would, as a council, just let the land go. Why would you
Well,
just barter it off?
We have dedicated land as part of this, don't we?
Yeah, this is,
You didn't get paid for the land.
Well, we don't own it, but isn't there a set aside for open space?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I don't know
Yeah.
if this is part of the open space, though.
It wasn't originally.
Right. It's a good question. Just what was the intent, and
In lieu, it's about the
this
units.
has a planning commission staff report, and whether or not what is the language that's written here was the language that we abided by in 2013. It's just an,
Yeah, if you will make available a copy of that document, then we can take a look at it and.
yeah, it's interesting. And with that, does anybody else have any questions or comments?
Appreciate you doing that.
Yeah. Okay.
Just exhausted.
Thank you very much for that report. Really appreciate it. And I adjourn the meeting.
In honor of?
Oh, in honor of Mrs. Drake.
Mrs. Drake, I
and
forget her
Bo,
first name. Yeah, Bo
Biden.
Biden.
And his family. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. You need that. Yes. And then you can get copies to us.
Thank you.
You were awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at the way these are set up. I'm looking at all the